My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEPS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEPS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've over a period of time come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEPS, I head research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical and difficult. So when we talk of analytical and difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEPS, our research cuts across. It looks at products, product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at products, value-added products that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig, or from goat based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have a research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the market, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country. My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've over a period of time come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEBS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical difficult. So when we talk of analytical difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. there are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with the methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEBS, our research cuts across. It looks at product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at value-added products that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig or from goat, based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the products in the market, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country. My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEPS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEPS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've over a period of time come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEPS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical and difficult. So when we talk of analytical and difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products there are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure particularly interested in looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEPS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEPS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've over a period of time come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEPS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical and difficult. So when we talk of analytical and difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with the methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEPS, our research cuts across. It looks at product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at value-added product that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig or from goat, based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the market, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country. My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've, over a period of time, come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've, over a period of time, come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEBS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical difficult. So when we talk of analytical difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with the methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEBS, our research cuts across. It looks at product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at value-added product that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of product. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing Number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig or from goat, based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have a research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the bucket, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country.
My name is Peter Nganga Kaigwara. I'm the Director Market Surveillance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm also, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and it guides my way of doing things. I started working in 1993 at the Ministry of Energy. And then in 2007, I moved to the Electricity Regulatory Board, which became the Energy Regulatory Commission. And my background is environmental health and safety. So I joined the Kenya Bureau of Standards in 2019, September. My responsibilities include protection of consumer welfare. I'm in charge of the mandate of ensuring that the consumers are not exposed to substandard products in terms of health and safety, and also in terms of their economic welfare, that they get value for their money, and then also to ensure a fair or level playing field, so that those who are doing genuine business are also, their interests are also protected. Our market surveillance is based, it can arise out of our normal routine surveillance. That is, we target certain products depending on their risk rating. When we do targeted, we pick the products from the market. We buy them just like a mystery shopper. So nobody will know that we actually collecting those products. We purchase them, we come and do tests. We take a representative sample. We have a procedure that guides us so that we are able to take a representative sample. And then once we have taken this, we submit it to our sample control center, which and then it is taken to the testing department. After we have received these results, we prepare the reports. If they are non-complying products, we notify the manufacturer, the concerned manufacturer, and we instruct them to either cease selling the product or recall the product from the market. We have also established a relationship with the supermarkets, the Retail Association of Kenya, RITRAC, and also we communicate to them if there are products that have failed to meet the standard. So that these products are withdrawn, should not be offered for sale to the consumer. We also send our officers in the market to seize any product that has been found to fail. Any seized product, and they undergo further tests just to confirm that actually those particular batches have failed. And if they have failed, they are either destroyed. If certain batches pass, they will be released back to the manufacturer. But this has to be confirmed through our testing department. Then we also communicate to our Quality Assurance Directorate so that they may now start coordinating corrective action with the concerned manufacturer. So so that the manufacturer may look at their processes and see where there is a gap which is causing them to produce substandard products. We are looking at reaching out, working more with the stakeholders, because what we intend is to reduce the incidence of substandard products to the consumer. That is ensuring that the health and safety of the consumer is protected, the environment is protected, and the genuine businessmen are also, their interests are taken care of. What we are looking at is to ensure that that genuine business is taking place and consumers have access to quality products. This will also support the agenda for industrialization, and once we have quality products in the market, these products can also find their way in the export market. My name is Peter Nganga Kaigwara. I'm the Director Market Surveillance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm also, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and it guides my way of doing things. I started working in 1993 at the Ministry of Energy, and then in 2007 I moved to the Electricity Regulatory Board, which became the Energy Regulatory Commission. And my background is environmental health and safety. So I joined the Kenya Bureau of Standards in 2019 September. My responsibilities include protection of consumer welfare. I'm in charge of the mandate of ensuring that the consumers are not exposed to substandard products in terms of health and safety, and also in terms of their economic welfare, that they get value for their money, and then also to ensure a fair or level playing field, so that those who are doing genuine business are also, their interests are also protected. Our market surveillance is based, it can arise out of our normal routine surveillance. That is, we target certain products depending on their risk rating. When we do targeted, we pick the products from the market. We buy them just like a mystery shopper. So nobody will know that we actually collecting those products. We purchase them, we come and do tests. We take a representative sample. We have a procedure that guides us so that we are able to take a representative sample. And then once we have taken this, we submit it to our sample control center, which and then it is taken to the testing department. After we have received these results, we prepare the reports. If there are non-complying products, we notify the manufacturer, the concerned manufacturer, and we instruct them to either cease selling the product or recall the product from the market. We have also established a relationship with the supermarkets, the Retail Association of Kenya, RITRAC, and also we communicate to them if there are products that have failed to meet the standard. So that these products are withdrawn, should not be offered for sale to the consumer. We also send our officers in the market to seize any products that has been found to fail. Any seized product, and they undergo further tests just to confirm that actually those particular batches have failed. And if they have failed, they are either destroyed. If certain batches pass, they will be released back to the manufacturer. But this has to be confirmed through our testing department. Then we also communicate to our Quality Assurance Directorate so that they may now start coordinating corrective action with the concerned manufacturer. So so that the manufacturer may look at their processes and see where there is a gap which is causing them to produce substandard products. We are looking at reaching out, working more with the stakeholders, because what we intend is to reduce the incidence of substandard products to the consumer. That is ensuring that the health and safety of the consumer is protected, the environment is protected, and the genuine businessmen are also, their interests are taken care of. What we are looking at is to ensure that that genuine business is taking place and consumers have access to quality products. This will also support the agenda for industrialization, and once we have quality products in the market, these products can also find their way in the export market. Normally when we do market surveillance and we find substandard goods, there are goods which have a bearing on the health and safety of the consumer. So when we find, for example, rice which has aflatoxin, that needs to be destroyed. The Act says whenever an inspector finds a substandard good in the market or suspects that a good is substandard, they can seize it. Once they seize, they are required to go and test. And once it fails, to meet the standard, the owner of the goods now forfeits or loses those goods, because now they are substandard. A lot of them have a bearing on the health and safety, and therefore they have to be destroyed. They cannot be allowed to go back to the consumer. So here what we are doing is that we are taking some of these goods, which especially the ones with the health and safety bearing on the consumer, and they are being destroyed or they are being incinerated.
Today we are doing an assortment of goods, which ranges from household goods, the equipment like pipes and hardware items. We have tissues, earbuds, foodstuffs, like you've seen rice on the other side.
This has mainly been seized actually from by the headquarters team. Yes, so they are from Nairobi and the surrounding regions. Value is about 12 million shillings.
The total tonnage that we've received from KEBS, the one that we're doing currently here, is 41.25 tons. So for KEBS, we have so far dealt with them. This is the 7th year. Just to appreciate KEBS being one of our clients for the work and continued support. And then of course to state that we as EnviroSafe, we are trying to do everything as per the law and as per the regulations of NEMA, so that we can ensure that we have the environment being safe. Because the other alternative could be, if we don't do this incineration, guys could be resorting to taking these products or items to the dump site.
Normally when we do market surveillance and we find substandard goods, there are goods which have a bearing on the health and safety of the consumer. So when we find, for example, rice which has aflatoxin, that needs to be destroyed. The Act says whenever an inspector finds a substandard good in the market or suspects that a good is substandard, they can seize it. Once they seize, they are required to go and test. And once it fails, to meet the standard, the owner of the goods now forfeits or loses those goods, because now they are substandard. A lot of them have a bearing on the health and safety, and therefore they have to be destroyed. They cannot be allowed to go back to the consumer. So here what we are doing is that we are taking some of these goods, which especially the ones with the health and safety bearing on the consumer, and they are being destroyed or they are being incinerated.
Today we are doing an assortment of goods, which ranges from household goods, the equipment like pipes and hardware items. We have tissues, earbuds, foodstuffs, like you've seen rice on the other side.
This has mainly been seized actually from by the headquarters team. Yes, so they are from Nairobi and the surrounding regions. Value is about 12 million shillings.
The total tonnage that we've received from KEBS, the one that we're doing currently here, is 41.25 tons. So for KEBS, we have so far dealt with them. This is the 7th year. Just to appreciate KEBS being one of our clients for the work and continued support. And then of course to state that we as EnviroSafe, we are trying to do everything as per the law and as per the regulations of NEMA, so that we can ensure that we have the environment being safe. Because the other alternative could be, if we don't do this incineration, guys could be resulting to taking these products or items to the dump sites.
I'm Peter Kaigwara. Jesus Christ is Lord. I'm the Director of Market Surveillance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We normally look out for the consumer in terms of the issues of health and safety. Consumer has a right to know the quality of their products, and that's why normally we issue public alerts whenever products are failing, especially the ones which have a bearing on their health and safety, so that they can make informed decision is also a constitutional right, and also their economic rights, that is value for money. We normally go out to the market, we target certain products which have been identified as high-risk products, and we come and test them. We buy them from the market. We may identify ourselves, or we may just buy like the normal consumers, and we come and we test these products in our laboratories, which have international recognition.
Sample Control Center is charged with the responsibility of receiving, inspecting, and dispatching samples to the laboratory. When samples are collected by our market surveillance officers, they are first registered by the market surveillance officer in what we call the sample submission form. The samples are then submitted to Sample Control Center, accompanied with the sample submission form. Now, when we receive the sample together with the sample submission form, The first thing we do is to carry out an inspection to confirm that the integrity of the sample meets the relevant requirements. The officer then proceeds to label the sample. There's a unique sticker that is affixed onto the sample, and that sticker usually is retained throughout the life of the sample when it is in the testing laboratory. So once the temperature and the sample integrity had been confirmed, officers usually proceed to store the sample in the appropriate refrigeration facility, awaiting dispatch to the laboratory. Once the sample has been labeled and the details confirmed, it is then handed over to our dispatch officers who verify and confirm that all the details are in order, and they usually then accept the custody of the sample in the laboratory information management system, indicating that the sample has been transferred from the officer who was doing the inspection and the labeling to the officer who is then going to carry the sample to the laboratory.
We receive the sample, then it's registered in the sample register in the lab, and also it's received in the LIMS, that is Laboratory Information Management System. After that, the sample is then allocated to one staff who has the matrix, which means that the staff is able to analyze the parameters that has been requested by the customer.
So once the laboratories give us their test results, these results are analyzed by a team of technical experts, and a report is prepared, which is reviewed. If we confirm that actually they are failing, then we take action, which includes also instructing the products to be withdrawn from the market by the retailers, because it is illegal to sell substandard goods. We also instruct the manufacturers to take corrective action to cease production until certain corrective actions have been done. We do that in collaboration with our sister directorate, Quality Assurance and Inspection, who help us to take the manufacturers through corrective actions. Once these corrective actions have been done, then they will be allowed to continue manufacturing, and also they'll be allowed for their products to be put back on the shelves. A consumer can be able to test or check the product to confirm the validity of the SM mark, that is the standardization mark. They can be able to use the number 20023, and if they send, there is normally a mark, the SM mark on the product. If they send that number to the 20023, they are able to verify the validity of the product. And also they can also alert us in case they find substandard goods in the market. There is also the number, the toll-free number 1545, where you can call during working hours just to alert us of anything that you detect in the market, any non-compliance, or any product that you feel the consumer may feel that is questionable.
My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've over a period of time come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEBS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical difficult. So when we talk of analytical difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with the methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEBS, our research cuts across. It looks at product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at value-added products that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig, or from goat based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the bucket, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country.
I'm Peter Kaigwara. Jesus Christ is Lord. I'm the Director of Market Surveillance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We normally look out for the consumer in terms of the issues of health and safety. Consumer has a right to know the quality of their products, and that's why normally we issue public alerts whenever products are failing, especially the ones which have a bearing on their health and safety, so that they can make informed decision. Is also a constitutional right, and also their economic rights, that is value for money. We normally go out to the market, we target certain products which have been identified as high-risk products, and we come and test them. We buy them from the market. We may identify ourselves, or we may just buy like the normal consumers, and we come and we test these products in our laboratories, which have international recognition.
Sample Control Center is charged with the responsibility of receiving, inspecting, and dispatching samples to the laboratory. When samples are collected by our market surveillance officers, they are first registered by the market surveillance officer in what we call the sample submission form. The samples are then submitted to Sample Control Center, accompanied with the sample submission form. Now, when we receive the sample together with the sample submission form, the first thing we do is to carry out an inspection to confirm that the integrity of the sample meets the relevant requirements. The officer then proceeds to label the sample. There's a unique sticker that is affixed onto the sample, and that sticker usually is retained throughout the life of the sample when it is in the testing laboratory. So once the temperature and the sample integrity had been confirmed, officers usually proceed to store the sample in the appropriate refrigeration facility, awaiting dispatch to the laboratory. Once the sample has been labeled and the details confirmed, It is then handed over to our dispatch officers who verify and confirm that all the details are in order. And they usually then accept the custody of the sample in the laboratory information management system, indicating that the sample has been transferred from the officer who was doing the inspection and the labeling to the officer who is then going to carry the sample to the laboratory.
We receive the sample, then it's registered in the sample register in the lab, and also it's received in the LIMS, that is Laboratory Information Management System. After that, the sample is then allocated to one staff who has the matrix, which means that the staff is able to analyze the parameters that has been requested by the customer.
So once the laboratories give us their test results, these results are analyzed by a team of technical experts, and a report is prepared, which is reviewed. If we confirm that actually they are failing, then we take action, which includes also instructing the products to be withdrawn from the market by the retailers, because it is illegal to sell substandard goods. We also instruct the manufacturers to take corrective action to cease production until certain corrective actions have been done. We do that in collaboration with our sister directorate, Quality Assurance and Inspection, who help us to take the manufacturers through corrective actions. Once these corrective actions have been done, then they will be allowed to continue manufacturing, and also they'll be allowed for their products to be put back on the shelves. A consumer can be able to test or check the product to confirm the validity of the SM mark, that is the standardization mark. They can be able to use the number 20023, and if they send, there is normally a mark, the SM mark on the product. If they send that number to the 20023, they are able to verify the validity of the product. And also they can also alert us in case they find substandard goods in the market. There is also the number, the toll-free number, 1545, where you can call during working hours just to alert us of anything that you detect in the market, any non-compliance, or any product that you feel the consumer may feel that is questionable.
the best of your products. And we believe with compliance, at the end of it all, as SMEs, we'll definitely make the profits we are yearning for. So today, I won't take much time. I know we are a lot of us who are streaming online. Karibuni to this symposium. I'm Grace Onyango from Marketing and Customer Care. Feel most welcomed. And without much ado, I'd like to introduce our director from legal to take it up from here. Thank you, and karibu.
Thank you very much, Grace, and good morning to everyone here. Good morning to also everyone online. I'm told, is it there or where? Oh, okay, where I can see myself. I'm told you also have guests online. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming for this Innovation Pipeline Symposium. We are looking forward to seeing how exciting it will be to interact around the theme for the symposium. We are happy as KEBS to be here to host this, and also for the senior management team that is here to be the beginning of this program, because we believe this is a very, very important symposium, not only for KEBS and the key stakeholders, but also for the government of Kenya. So karibuni sana. And to just kick it off, my singular role is just to introduce the management that seated before us, before I hand it over before I invite the MD. So we do have some of our directors here. Others are engaged in other activities. And I will start with our Director, Market Surveillance. Karibu, Director. Maybe you can just say your name, and then you can have a seat.
Peter Kaigwara, Director, Market Surveillance. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Director. Director Esther.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Ngare. I'm the Director, Standards Development and Trade here at Kenya Bureau of Standards. Welcome for this symposium. It's very important for us as Kenya Bureau of Standards. Thank you.
All right, we'll then have Dr. Murira.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Geoffrey Murira, Director, Quality Assurance and Inspection. Welcome to this symposium.
Thank you very much. Those are the directors that are here. We have the Director, Finance and Strategy, Director Mohamed Adan, who's not here with us, Director, Human Resource and Administration, and I think those are the only two who are not here. Metrology, yes, Dr. Rotich, Henry Rotich, Director, Metrology and Testing. And my name is Miriam Kahiro. I'm the Director, Legal Services and Corporation Secretary. Karibu tena, once again, all our guests. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome our Managing Director. Karibu sana. I know the titles are very many, Lieutenant, Colonel, retired. I don't know if there's doctor in there, but Karibu. Welcome, MD.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you. Our stakeholders from our ministry, that is the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, our stakeholders from the Kenya Revenue Authority, Medium and Small Enterprise Authority, Kenya National Federation of Juakali, I hope those that are here and others online, Competition Authority of Kenya, and Counterfeit Agency, Kenya Women's Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund, Industrial and Commercial Development Corporation, Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, KIPI, KIE, Export Processing Zone Authority. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bernard Jiraini. I'm the Managing Director of Kenya Bureau of Standards since 2019. So I've been in office for the last 3 years, and we have walked this journey together. I want to say, as my term comes to the end, because we normally serve for 3 years, as I try to figure out what do I do. My background is I'm from the military, as you know, and in the military we didn't do business. You are not encouraged to have a matatu or run a kiosk or do such things. Mainly you focus on the main work that you do, and that is what happens. And as you try to figure out what do you do, because all of us will finally retire and do something, you think about going to manufacturing, trading, and then you start thinking about the regulations that we are talking about here. We have Kaigwara here, who will be visiting and seeing what are you processing. Are you in compliance? We have one of the directors that most of you may not know, Director of Standards. She's the originator or the owner of the standards that we are expected to comply to. These are very, very important standards. If we don't understand them, if we don't participate in their making, we'll be surprised, and you'll be surprised that there is some changes. If you don't follow up the notifications by WTO, TBT on our neighboring countries changing standards, and you are exporting there, you'll have issues. And that is why such a forum like we are having today is very, very important. We have the Director, Quality Assurance here with us, Dr. Murira, who again is the one that is in charge of product certification. He's the one who is going to give you the permit to continue producing. And therefore, these are the critical departments that you need to interact with to be able to understand what we do. Let me go to my official statement. It is my brief and very pleasant duty to welcome you all to this year's Innovation Pipeline Symposium and Expo. I wish to thank all of you for physically joining us today and those that have also joined us virtually. To our all partners and stakeholders following this session online, we also say karibuni sana. We express our sincere gratitude for responding to our invitation to attend this 2-day symposium. This innovation pipeline, since inception of the annual series in 2017, it marks a significant milestone to our joint efforts. Our collaboration primed to address challenges of the micro, small, medium enterprises towards trade facilitation is steadily paying off. During this forum, we seek to address them in partnership with various government and private agencies in attendance. This year, the symposium will be highlighting Biashara business centers and promote inclusive economic transformation on how the public can access services from government agencies to promote profitability. And as you recall, this is one of the initiatives that was started a year with Kariobangi, Kisumu, Eldoret, and Mombasa. And this is something that we feel contribute toward, efficient service delivery, where you can get the services, one-stop shop that once you visit, you can be able to get information on taxes, on how you can access loans, on how KEBS can authorize you to produce, and much more information in the MSEA and others. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now walk us through memory lane when this great initiative was kick-started, digitalization, trade, and enterprise development in 2015. This symposium started as exhibitions whose mandate aims to aid entrepreneurs to achieve their objective of actualizing successful business partnerships. Against this background, KEBS collaborated with diverse organizations to incorporate the promotion of Biashara Center, a one-stop shop for MSMEs. The partnership through innovative pipeline symposium has resulted to the continuous streamlining of processes for SMEs to ensure. We are happy to note that the statistical data estimate that Kenya's SMEs contribute approximately 4% to the country's GDP is encouraging. With our sustained collaboration, the SMEs industry can only do better. Ladies and gentlemen, currently, our SMEs are enjoying graduated cost for all services offered by the national standard body. The graduated application of fees payable to KEBS provides on expenses, hence helps to meet the startup needs. They have previously been paying a which was actually the same as the rates of a startup firms. Having been conscious of the challenges facing the entrepreneurs, in particular, the reduction helps that's compliance. So, KEBS lined to do to elevate the SME sector. I'm happy to note that KEBS is also fostering intellectual property use among SMEs. The increase of IP rights and related skills through education and training are primed to make the overall IP friendlier to SMEs by streamlining procedures, structuring fees and costs, improving litigation and enforcement mechanisms. We recognize that micro, small, medium enterprise is disadvantaged in comparison to the larger businesses. It is to be noted that KEBS undertook the state counted rates and charges in the SME sector. And for you that you have interacted with us, apply SMAC. You know, we normally charge 5,000 and give you, now it comes about 5,800 for you to get if 3 products, permit for 3 products. To facilitate SMEs growth, KEBS have also implemented preferential treatment services for SMEs on supervision and control for product certification and these SMEs are then equipped to positively impact the safety, health, and environment we live in. The new SME policy by KEBS is envisioning a vibrant sector sustainably producing high-quality products accessible to local and global markets. And as you are aware, now our EAC has grown with the entrance of DRC Congo with approximately 280 population. And that is very encouraging that we can be able now to export through a mutual recognition of quality marks that are acceptable elsewhere. This consumers' confidence. It shall also provide them with the necessary support to attain a provide framework for enhanced focus on SMEs in terms of preferred services provision, prioritization, collaboration, sustainable financial arrangement for purposes of driving the SME regional agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, as a standard body, we are cognizant of the key role the SME sector plays in Kenya's economy. Recent statistics indicate SMEs in Kenya employs more than 80% of the working population and therefore plays a key role in the country's economic and growth. This is therefore not only important but serves as a platform for addressing challenges experienced by the youth, but also explores ways of working to create an enabling environment anchored on simplified procedures and regulations. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to once again reiterate the importance of our. By converging here, we are squarely promoting the inclusive economic transformation to enable SMEs to competitively participate in the regional arena, empowering and strengthening their capabilities in productive economic activities gives our country a better assurance now as we project our future. To this, I would like to seize all the opportunities that this symposium offers. Let's network, let's collaborate, let us dialogue. To the SMEs, let's engage business relationship directly. It is now my humble privilege to declare this symposium officially opened and wish you all a very successful deliberation during the priceless event. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Okay. Thank you. Grace.
Thank you so much, Bwana MD. I think as SMEs, we are happy to know that KEBS is here to back you up. KEBS is here, as MD has mentioned, we've opened the East African community has opened up to Congo. The market is getting larger and larger. Thank you so much for your time. I'd kindly like to request, because we've started late, we could take a photo with the MD outside there, and then we can kick off our program officially. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've, over a period of time, come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the Creator and see that He is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEBS, I head the Research and Development Department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical and difficult. So when we talk of analytical and difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities. So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEBS, our research cuts across. It looks at products, product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at products, value-added products that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig or from goat, based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the market, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country.
Good afternoon. Oh, I feel like I'm drowning behind the podium. That's why I was standing. So, should have a stool here. Just. Thank you so much for taking time to be here. And those who are joined online, we appreciate your audience. Thank you very much for joining us. Today we are having Innovation Pipeline Symposium in Nairobi. Apologies for the date. I've just realized I have not changed the date there, and I'm still in last financial year, but today's date is the 3rd of August, 2022. What I have, I'm going to be giving a brief on what KEBS does, what our mandate is, and in order to do so, I have to, of course, set the pace with what our vision is as an organization. And as an organization, our vision is to be a global leader on standards-based solutions that deliver quality and confidence. That is very important because we are trying to have a trust market. You know, you buy something you already know, you trust that the quality of that product is sufficient. Our mission is to provide standards-based solutions that promote innovation and trade and quality life. Our motto, of course, is standards for quality life. I don't know where I'm supposed to be. The screen? Anyway, okay. Maybe you could scroll for me. This is what we call technical difficulties. So, I don't know. Or maybe the battery is, huh? I wait? Okay. As that is happening, I would like to emphasize on what it is that KEBS as an organization how we seek to partner. Of course, we are talking about products, services that are provided by the organization. Now, as an organization that was started, or was when we opened our gates or the door in 1974, this was of course through Act of Parliament, Standards Act, of which they seek to make sure that the products, there is a way on how we can ensure that, first of all, we are not getting products that are substandard from being brought into the country, and also the products that we are manufacturing for ourselves are also of good and high quality. Similarly, that is on the market front, but how do we ensure that that happens? We can only make sure that that happens through having a booklet that tells you what is good, what is quality, what is the standard we are seeking to get. And that is what we, as an organization, that is our core business. Ensuring that the products that are in the market have that quality, making sure that there are systems that address, schemes that address the monitoring of that in the market, and also standards coming up or being the secretariats who then facilitate the development of these standards. How does that happen? We have this department, the standards and development department, that then comes together with various stakeholders. I'll give an example. We recently have, we are now approaching the elections, electioneering period. Did you know that those ballot boxes, they have a standard? I might not know the specific number, but there is a standard in the standards department available to the public on how or what specifications those ballot boxes are supposed to meet. Similarly, in our day-to-day life, the products that we use every day, all those products have to have a way of which you know the parameters that they need to meet. And this is, of course, brought about through the industry, through the standards development process. Now, in the standards development process, if I would like to take a common example of a shoe, they are the people who are required to be there. For instance, the person, the customers. Yes, let me finish my thought process first. The customer who is then wearing that shoe, that person is also represented in the technical committee. Of course, these are the committees that come up with these standards. Then the person maybe who manufactures the shoe, for instance, is also represented. Institutions who really have the raw materials of that shoe is represented. And the organization, as KEBS, we are usually the secretariat. We are the person there writing the note, taking suggestions down, and bringing your thoughts together on paper, so that everybody is represented. So basically, that's the standards development process, as mentioned. Now, as I mentioned about the Standards Act, as I said, the organization was opened in 1974. And of course, we were through Act of Parliament, CAP 496. We have a 5-year strategic plan. That is how we go about making sure that we meet our objectives and our targets. Our next financial year, our strategic plan just started. This is 2022-2027. So we are now on a new strategic period. We operate through a performance management system on balanced scorecard. So our mandate, as I said, is standardization services, conformity assessment services, training and education. Of course, training and education, we do have our partners. We have Kenya Revenue Authority, we have Anti-Counterfeit Authority, we have, of course, other regulatory departments, organizations, and also our private sectors. And of course, this is a forum where we are looking towards transferring information and really having a network that will really add value to MSMEs. And then we have information services. We have a full-fledged library that has all the standards that I've just mentioned that are developed. We also have access to the international library. And assuming you find something that you might not get in our library here, we are in a position to source through our partnership as a member of ISO. That is the International Standards Organization. Facilitation of trade through standards. So why standardization? Of course, standards are used to achieve objectives that are as follows: facilitate trade, protect consumer from harmful and poor quality goods, and also protect the environment. This is necessary to ensure that at least even as we are working on our products we are manufacturing, we do not then harm the environment. That is of course seen when you're being, for instance, when you're getting an S mark. These are some of the things that are looked at. So standards as an engine of economic growth. There are various indications as far as trade, cost reduction, competitiveness, research development, especially in research development, innovation pipeline. You see, as the word says, innovation. We are encouraging innovation in our practices, in our manufacturing processes, so that we continue competing on the same level as as far as industry is concerned. Then we also have education, and then also cluster development. Cluster development comes together when you enable, like for instance, processes that are similar in a region, then they are able to enhance those services together as a community, so that they can be able to add value to whatever product it is they are doing. I'll give you an example of what has happened recently, actually all the time, but I'll give an example of honey. I know initially honey producers used to just do, doing my honey individually here, and then the other person is doing it there, and then you don't have, and then of course there are all these expenses that come about, that especially comes with packaging. There's a specific way to package. There's also elements of membership, various membership as far as what you're required for a product. So when it comes to cluster development, we as an organization, we then call this cluster of people, invite them to be able to come together and see if they can be able to add value within themselves. Then it happens that they limit on the cost. They also enhance, because when you have limited that element of individual costs, you are then able to put that money that you're saving to build up the product that you're producing. So that is something that comes very strongly in such forums. So I do welcome for all of us to share. You might not know someone next to you might be having the same issue or the same problem that you're experiencing, and you find that these experiences or these networking opportunities really bring out the best as far as cluster development. Then product certification. We have various standardization marks, various quality marks. The first one I'll say is a standardization mark, which is mandatory. Any product manufactured in the country is required to have a standardization mark. We recently subsidized the standardization mark as far as MSMEs are concerned, where you can be able to get payment on for as far as one standardization mark, but you're able to get a permit for at least 3 products. So that is something that was not there before, because before it was 1 product for 1 S mark, but now we've been able to subsidize, to facilitate the MSMEs to be able to be compliant on their manufacturing process. Then there is the Diamond Mark of Excellence. The Diamond Mark of Excellence, of course, gives the person, the holder of that mark, that extra advantage that since this mark shows that KEBS has gone through your processes, the KEBS has gone through your mark, your products, and it has ascertained that you are adhering to the standardized qualifications, but you have even gone a step further. You have gone a step further, and your products are of excellent quality. So that, of course, is enjoyed by farms that are 3 years and older. So, of course, you have to have a record. We need to have a record to know if you are consistent as far as meeting quality is concerned. So that is the diamond mark. And then the import standardization mark that is next is, of course, for products that are coming into the country. These products they vary, and it is then, of course, the requirement of the person you are required as the person importing to ensure that you adhere to the marks, the standards that are required in the country. So this, of course, we will go further. It will be, there's going to be a presentation on the same, where you will be told about what PVOC, that is a product of, I don't know where it has, pre-export verification. I don't know, it has totally just disappeared from my head. But yes, that, of course, it's going to someone is going to come and tell us more about it. And then there's a fortification mark. This is, of course, with the Ministry of Health, where we find that common products, kama ni skari, kama ni unga, ugali, those products that we have are fortified. Fortification, by definition, is adding nutrients, enhancing that commodity over and above the expected or the purchased value. Now, this is not new, actually, to the country, because very many years ago, our late past president, Moi, had fortified salt. And maybe who can tell us what it was that the fortification was about? Does anyone know what mineral or vitamin was added to salt to fortify? Maybe just say it out loud from where you are. Sorry? That is very correct, iodine. So that was added, iodine was added, and you find that you no longer get cases of goiter. That was the disease that had really, really ravaged the country, goiter, yeah. So the next thing here is, of course, the purchase sales of standards. You can see they're available online, and then, of course, you can have a physical copy, where we have even made them available to the point of being able to purchase them and get them online. The catalog is, of course, on our website, www.kebs.org, and you're welcome to see what it is, especially look and ensure that the products that you're manufacturing has the standards of which you are manufacturing them are meeting what is specified in the standard itself. Because when you're applying for an S mark, those are the parameters that they'll be looking at in that standard. So there's nothing new that maybe the S mark will be looking at. No, it's usually set. Even in the permit number, it stipulates or it details the standard of which the product has been certified on. So this is basically also the application process is available online. So how do you commit to, or how do you help or confirm that the products that you're consuming have a valid permit. KEBS has made it available, and actually for the website, that has always been available. All standardization marks, diamond marks, and even some of the fortification elements are available on our website. All you need to do is just indicate the product that you're looking for, and then on the website there is a place where you can be able to search, and you can then get the product, whether it has a valid permit or not. Away from that, you can be able to verify on your phone by sending an SMS to 20023. On your message, you have 20023, and then you send the message of which the S mark is. So when you see the S mark there, it says SM hash and then the permit number. On the labeling regulations, the SM hash, the permit number has to be there to enable you to search and see if that permit is valid. So I had done a few, but I'll just share with the viewers and the people here on various ways you can be able to get the way it comes out as. It tells you that what the product is, who the manufacturer is. It also tells you how long the permit is valid for. Yeah, if the because now the validity period is usually 2 years, so it tells you this product is valid from 2022 to 2024. That it indicates that. And additionally, it also has the word, this permit is valid, or this permit is invalid. Now, we have situations where when you do that, the S mark comes with some other product that isn't. For instance, if you've searched water and it has come as soap, obviously that is not the correct permit. So there you can then use the brand. You can use the brand name, assuming maybe the number was wrong, one number was wrong. You can use the brand name. And if that still doesn't bring the right or the correct information, you are free to call us toll free at 1545. That is 1545, and let us know about this. This is toll free. And let us know so that we can be able to see what the problem is, and we can be able to liaise with the manufacturer and see why it is that it's not going through. So that is basically that goes with all the other elements as far as the standardization mark, the fortification mark, and the diamond mark as well. So for quality assurance, I had actually mentioned that the department offers advice on installation and improvement of quality goods services to industry to facilitate efficient implementation of standards, hence implementing the product certification scheme for all locally manufactured products and also for imported products through the PVOC program. So we also have the metrology and testing. For metrology and testing, I'll have to highlight the fact that KEBS is a national body that is then mandated to represent Kenya in the International Systems of Unit Forum. This is where we ensure that all the parameters as far as measurements are concerned are maintained accurately for the country. So the KEBS provides calibration and testing services in various industries. Of course, now this is of course in partnership with various stakeholders as far as services concerned. Services industry, construction industry, hospitals, research and universities, and training institutions, manufacturers and producers, among others. So you can see KEBS has a lot of our stakeholders are vast, and that's why we really reach out to you MSMEs, to you the industry, to work together with us so that we can be able to really ensure that we are on the map as the market continues to open up. EAC, as it has been mentioned here, is still becoming bigger and bigger. We are now at Congo, and we are still growing as a market. So we also want to make sure that we are adhering to and we are enhancing our products. So we also have training. As far as training is concerned, we have both online and physical training. Of course, when I say online and physical, it's upon you, to your convenience. I know, especially during the pandemic, I know now we still have a few online training, but during the pandemic, that was really coming out very strongly. We had a lot of trainings that were happening online, and of course, this is an advantageous way to go about being able to even source for expertise wherever they are. This is something that we also enhance when we come to a physical training. You find that we have not stopped with just that. We are taking advantage of what technology has brought to us. So you find a local, like a training that might not have a specific expert that might be necessarily, but that might enhance that training. You find that we are able then, especially as a national body, we are able to liaise with whoever expert that person is, if it is someone in South Africa, in the UK, wherever they are, we are now able to really enhance the training experience that we have with our institute and even with our auditing practices. So that is one of the other things that we do, and of course we have available online for the application and the like. The certification body, the KEP certification body, is where now they look towards certifying the systems, various systems that have been implemented. Now, as KEBs, we have 9001. We also have ISO IEC 27001, which is information security. We have the labs certification, which is 17025, and various others. CB also are certified to 17021. So all these certification systems that we as an organization are certified to. So when we are giving this certification, the CB are very well, they have already also been audited and they are knowledgeable as far as this is concerned, because even them, they are implementing various standards. So we are very appreciative for the management on seeing it necessary to actually preach practice what you preach. Yeah, it's not enough for me to tell you do this. We are practicing it. It's in the house. So let's go do this. Let the systems be in line. So of course you're able to have the application easily through our portal. You can even reach them on cb@kebs.org, or you can walk in any of our premises around the country. So as we said, as I previously mentioned, innovation pipeline. MSME road to compliance and profitability. It is one theme that has really been highlighted because that's what everybody is asking. How do we go about ensuring that, fine, I have set up the business. How do I stay in business? How do we go about it? And this is now why we are here as an innovation, as a forum. We are here so that we can, because it's not just about KEBS. Yes, you can be in tandem. You can be in tandem with Kenya Bureau of Standards, but you have other organizations that are also seeking, that you are seeking to get help from. And if we are in a position to get this assistance in one place, the better. And of course, this was started by, as I said, this is the 6th of the series. We have been in partnership with various agencies, to mention Kenya Revenue Authority, Without Fail, Anti-Counterfeit, Without Fail, Youth Fund, Without Fail, the Women's Fund. We thank you for your partnership. We actually started even EPC. I know they're on their way. They were just in Mombasa, but we just concluded the Mombasa Innovation Pipeline. So they are literally just on their way coming here. So we thank you again. Are you from EPC? You are smiling, so I thought maybe I was talking to you. Okay, yes. So, and EPZA. But anyway, as I mentioned, this partnership is one that is very crucial because even after the innovation pipeline concludes, we keep this presentation, we keep these contacts, and we still coordinate within each other, with each other, as far as now, like for me now, I know there is, we have if someone is coming to me with a question on anti-counterfeit, I'm able to reach out directly to the person concerned because we have talked. If someone else is coming with a concern, you'll see like in the previous innovation pipelines, concern was people were not being able to get barcoding. So we brought that element in. We welcomed people who deal with barcoding, and we are fortunate to have someone on site to be able to help us with that. So let me just mention our partnership and how we go about it. So there's anti-counterfeit, who are present. There's security, of course, there is the Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute, who, of course, deal with the research. They give you the element of what you need to know. Like, for instance, if you want to enter into a niche market, they can be able to guide you there so that when you're entering, you enter with your eyes open. And then, of course, there's the MSEA, that is Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. We thank you so much for your partnership, especially even with the Biashara Center. They come very strongly there as far as assisting anyone who comes to seeking for that support. There is Kenya Industrial Estates, which was, of course, I think present in Mombasa, and they're also on their way here. They facilitate MSMEs, giving them places of where they can be able to work. The number of times that KEBS officers go to certify products that have been set up in industrial estates are very many. So you can see the partnership is very close with these organizations. And then we have Kenya Investment Authority, of whom, of course, they facilitate the element of how we can be able to really bridge that gap between our local market and, of course, the international market. And then we have the Export Processing Zones Authority. A lot has been learned about them as far as the quality, the number of, the quality of what they have on the ground. I've really, me as a consumer, I'm at awe on what they produce and how they facilitate willing MSMEs with a product that can be able to bridge that can be able to break through to the international market. That is very evident, especially when you go to the various zones that they have. Like Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, come out very strongly, assisting us to be able to help ourselves, tujitegemee, and then of course making sure that you're compliant, even as an individual, and also as a MSME. There are very many ways that you can be able to help yourself. The era of ignorance, you know those days when you're like, I don't know, so it is okay. I mean, you just cover yourself, you're like, I don't know, I don't need to know. That era is over, you know. It is not enough to say that I didn't know, because of the amount of publicity that is required as an organization, the amount of publicity that is provided. It's no longer proper, or it's no longer an excuse. You cannot use that for non-compliance. So for them reaching out to being here, it is such an honor, so that we are able to then know how can we be able to be compliant. Because by being a successful business, you can only be a successful business if you are complying. Because if not, then you're still looking behind your shoulder, wondering, KRA, you know, you can't even extend to the other market. And once you dip your toe in that water of non-compliancy, now you're afraid of, you know, the accumulation, you know, of what is coming at you. So there's that element of, it's no longer proper not to know. Make a point of knowing. So thank you for your partnership, your continued partnership. There's Youth Fund. I've learned so much about how we can be able to bring our bright ideas to life. You know, they have all these ways they have been able to bridge the gap towards me having this bright idea in my closet that I just dream about and that I'm passionate about, and me actualizing it. Someone holding my hand financially to be able to meet it, to be able to get it done. There's a women's fund, again, making it possible for driven women out there with that dream. It's valid. They can bring it alive. They can make it happen. Just work in partnership. Of course, there is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute, of whom ensure that you can be able to get your intellectual property. They are under the Intellectual Property Act. So you have the right to your own, if it is a logo, if it is a brand name, anything that it is, so that you can even be able to protect it. Because you'll see that the reason why I'm telling you it's a link, Kipi will, like for instance, if you now go to anti-counterfeit and tell anti-counterfeit, my product is being counterfeited by so-and-so, the first thing that anti-counterfeit will require or request, is it your property? Is it your right? Is it registered to you? So you see, there's need for it to own, for you to own by registering with them. And then there's of course the Kenya Export Promotion and Brand Agency, KIPROBA. That's newly composed, but now through the CAP 446 of 2019, of course it's what it is now. And then there is, of course, KEBS, I mentioned, the NQI. Through NQI, you find that there is Kenya Quality Awards. Let me mention this to you. This is an opportunity. Please be on the lookout of these awards. It is, I know the deadline is happening on the 5th, on Friday, but I feel it is still a very good time to see exactly how to go about being on the list for the next innovation, for the next Kenya Quality Awards. This is being run by various agencies, including KEBS, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, where we are looking at MSMEs and various manufacturers and seeing how their processes are run, and if they can be able to have that, the processes, it doesn't matter how small or how medium it is it adhering? Are you going towards the compliance of your product quality, your legal elements or requirements? How are you going about making sure that you are doing the best you are to meet your customer needs, and ensuring, of course, that you are also on point with your regulatory requirements as an organization. Last time, because of course I can't mention right now, but the last time, you'll find that we even had an applicant that was recognized, that had a staff members, I think 12 staff members. And we went to her premises, I can't remember her name, we went to her premises and we could see how things are being run. And you can see now this person was recognized, and specifically recognized by the then CS during the Kenya Quality Awards. So this is a platform where MSMEs can be able to get the spotlight. They can be able to then, of course, as Kenya Association of Manufacturers and as KEBS, we can then take you as one of the examples of where we are going as MSMEs, as small manufacturers, as the person who has a dream and is driving it appropriately and efficiently. So it is not about 100+ people. No, it is about you have a product, you have a customer base, you are alive to the customer's needs, you are alive to the processes and efficiencies of your processes. So that is Kenya Quality Awards through National Quality Institute. And then the Juakali sector, we are so grateful. We also work very closely together, of course, as the association that encompasses the MSMEs. We are very grateful for the partnership that they continue to have with us on this innovation pipeline. Competition Authority, a lot comes to light with the Competition Authority as far as being able to make sure that there's a equal playing ground, no unfairness as far as the market is concerned. And then there's, of course, those are main the partners that we have run throughout the years with, and now we have a new person who's come to a new organization who's going to give us information on barcoding. We are grateful to have them on board. Thank you. That is my presentation for today. Are there any questions for the same? Yeah. So with that, I think I will just then emphasize on, I think also the contacts are here. Please do take note of our contacts. For those who are online, we are so grateful as you continue joining us on the same. You feel free to raise your questions on the online. We will definitely respond, and the presentations that we have here, we will have a briefed, a short form clip of which we'll make available for you to be able to at least have the tidbits of what it is we have been discussing today. We are very grateful for your audience, both online and here physically. I would want to be guided on if there are any queries online. If not, I would like us to just do the clip for thank you, I've been guided. I would like to take another short break as we go for lunch. It is now 1:01. If it is okay for both the people who are joining us online and people who are physically here, if it is okay, let us take our hour break starting now, and then we can join back for the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vincent Cheruyot from Eldoret. I'm in charge of KEB's North Rift Regional Office, whereby we cover 7 counties of the North Rift, which include Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Trans Nzoia, Turkana, West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, and part of Busia and Bungoma. My presentation today is just to sensitize you on the Biashara Center based in the North Rift. We house the Biashara Center in charge of North Rift, among the other 3, one of which is in Kisumu, Mombasa, and Nairobi here. So I have a short presentation. I will just want to share the challenges that we've had in North Rift so that we can learn from it and maybe share with our other colleagues. We have a presentation here. The objective of establishing Biashara Center across the country was to make services closer to the people, especially MSMEs. So when you look at the location of the Biashara Center, specifically for North Rift, it is within town, which is very accessible, and that's the regional office in Eldoret. So this was done in 2021, and within that center, we have various government agencies, some of which you can see their logos here. We have 8. The extra one that you might not find in other Biashara centers is an organization within the ministry called KIBT, Kenya Industrial Business Services. So that's a training arm. It's a parastatal under the ministry, and they have teamed up with a donor agency called JICA. So if you come to Eldoret Biashara Center, you will also find they have a desk there. And their focus also is on MSMEs. I would just wish to, because we don't have much time, I'll wish to highlight the challenges that MSMEs in our region have. There is a challenge of market access for most of the certified products from our customers, mainly due to lack of market dynamics within the business environment. There is also stiff competition from already established firms who have an upper hand on the sales of the products. There is also lack of technical knowledge and compliance to specific product standards, as these firms are not able to engage competent technical personnel. Another challenge facing our MSMEs is a lack of a capital base, adequate capital base, which has locked them out from engaging in more profitable products. You'll find that many of the profitable products, you require a very large capital outlay for you to be able to produce. So those are some of the challenges that we've seen. And many of the products there are actually food-based, food industries. So once we set up the Biashara Center there, we found quite a number of advantages, which I would want to share with you, and which I would also wish to encourage you, if you have other colleagues in that region, or even if you have not visited the ones which are in Nairobi or Mombasa. One of the advantages is that most government agencies are housed within one premise, which tend to reduce turnaround time and certification timelines, so that you save on time from moving from one office to the other. So we have found that for the MSMEs, especially the ones that deal with manufacturing, they have saved on certification timelines. And then also the center has helped to disseminate the much needed compliance requirements that are required by various agencies. Another advantage or challenge that has been addressed by the Biashara Center is that it has helped to bridge the gap on the limitation of technical expertise and market dynamics for the various products. You remember I said that was one of the challenges that our MSMEs have. They don't have the requisite technical knowledge of the product and also of the market dynamics. So within the Biashara Center, we have an organization within our ministry called MSEA, Micro and Small Enterprise. I think they'll have a presentation later. They have a lot of information on market dynamics. So when an MSME comes there and have a session with them, they can be told a lot of things along those lines. We have Kirdi, which will also do what is called incubation services for them, because they are addressing that challenge of technical knowledge. And then of course we have KEBS, where we also have a desk there, even though that's our regional office. So our officers will tell them also about the certification process. So that has really helped. And then also the fact that there are many players in the sector dealing, there are many players, government agencies dealing with these farms. The fact that they are also housed within one office, we as the government agencies, we also share a lot with our colleagues because we are within one premise and we are able to sort out a problem on the spot. The center was a brainchild of this innovation workshop, like the one we have today. I think Louisa may have told you these workshops began quite a while back, and it was one of the outcomes of these workshops that it was decided we have at least Biashara centers in certain strategic places. So I would say that has been our experience. And I would wish to really encourage all of you, anybody who may be knowing somebody who is a micro and small enterprise within your region, within neighboring regions, I would encourage them to come to that center and learn more. We also have KRA there. We have KIPI. We have quite a number of agencies. In fact, we have 8. So I don't think any MSME who may not even know where maybe all these offices are, they just need to come to the Biashara Center and they'll be able to be given the necessary services. Since the center began, there is a slide here on the number of, I just want to share, the number of companies that have had their products certified. Yes. Those are some of the agencies or firms that have been certified. I don't know whether you can read there. There are some 2 companies which have been certified by KIPI in terms of trademark registration. There is also one certified by KEBS. There is another one certified by capacity building called Bell, IBAC. So those are some of, those are 7 firms that we have managed to assist. And these are firms that came straight to Biashara Center. We have other firms that come direct to us or our individual offices. And the database for that is kept in a separate worksheet. But the main point of my presentation is to increase the awareness, to sensitize all of us to be able to encourage our colleagues who are in the micro and small enterprises to visit our offices and get these services. Otherwise, with those few remarks, I would wish to end my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Peter Makan. I work with the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Mombasa. Thank you for coming for this meeting. At least we get to know one another and broaden the graph of knowing even the friends. Apart from the innovation, at least we are expanding our relationship, and we share more different experience in some areas. For today, we are discussing about innovation, and I wanted to give you a brief about Coast Region, Biashara Center. I think Mombasa has been doing also well in terms of the Biashara Center. One of the centers has been mentioned earlier. And he has quite a number of people who have joined, who have come to seek services at the Biashara Center. Most of the SMEs and MSMEs have benefited from the center having a government agency in one house that you can get the services within the center. We have several activities that are carried out because we realize most of the people, services that are being offered, quite a number are being housed in Nairobi and are expanding back to the region, to the coastal area, and Eldoret, Kisumu, has really opened up some of those areas for the activities. And we realize that most of the work, like the KIPI for registration has been in Nairobi, and quite a number of the companies have undergone, they needed mostly to register the products, their brand name, for registration. And for them being at one point, he has brought all these people at one area. They can do the registration and the other activities. So we have done quite a number of the activities within the region. We have also at some point being close to the government, to the counties. At one point we have been visited by the county of Turkana to do benchmarks. So you can see that is Kenya Bureau of Standard cost, where we are housing Biashara Center. That is the building where we are housing Biashara Center. So when you get to coastal region, just along Guruma Road, when you move to Guruma Road, you will see the building of Kenya Bureau of Standard. When you enter here, you get a direction how you can get to Biashara Center as well, identified there to Biashara Center. Now, Biashara Center is a born child, has been given the history. It's a born child from the ministry, and it was a very good idea that to have one-stop center for the MSMEs and SMEs, be able to get the services for the whole government agency that require to complete a process, both from innovation process, in incubation, certification, even comply with the taxes, because people are being gotten unaware that we need to register, have a PIN, do the other processes, compliance. So once you get the other agents like KRA within the house, once you register your business, they can guide you within the same short span, how you can be able to register and get your PIN and comply with the government requirement of the paying the taxes. So the center provides a central platform for businesses, development services, to use taking up employment within the micro and small enterprises. So once you have been incubated, guided, you will gain the manpower for doing your business very well. Biashara Center, through Biashara Center, people now understand how to do their businesses, and it has catalyzed much of the people that have registered for, like the youth, women, because most people don't understand when you do need a business, what do you need? How do you do it? So at the end of the process, they end up doing in a different direction, but the government agency want that together you'll be guided from, if you want to start a business, if you want to do registration, do the compliance, and how to access the market. As most people don't know that you can access East Africa market without any problem. When you have the KEBS mark, you have your product branded, and you have the intellectual property right of your brand, so that nobody can interfere with your brand. Because you realize once you gain the market with your brand, someone can take advantage and register the brand, and take over your brand. So it's good to have the brand registration, and all those services can get within the Biashara Center. So most of the Biashara Center, most of the SMEs, they didn't have much knowledge about the skills of the businesses. You're also guided. We've seen the business information. We have the KIE, where you're given the finance. Those who don't have the capital. We have MSEA. They also give you the capital. You are guided to how to get the money and how you do registration. And then they are pulled together, and they can be given an advantage of accessing even the resources. So those are some of the government agencies within the building. We have Kenya Bureau of Standard, MSEA, KRA, we have KIE, we have KENAS, KIPI, KIRDI, NMS, ICD, that is for ICDN. We have the commercial, industrial and commercial development corporation. We have the Kenya Leather and Development. Those are the part of the team. So that's when it was started at Mombasa Center. Started in February 2021, and opened by the CIS, Minister of Trade and Industrialization. Then we have those are some of the people who came to visit Biashara Center, and are being guided on the services in the Biashara Center. That is the county government of Turkana. they came to benchmark with Mombasa, how we are doing. They wanted to do one in Turkana, so they visited Mombasa to do the benchmarking so that they can be able to start the same thing in Turkana. I think they realized even those sites that they are not advantaged enough. So they visited Mombasa Biashara Center and tried to understand how it is being done, how it's being run, what are the processes. So those are the team from the county of Turkana. Okay, thank you so much. I think that's the brief about Mombasa. All that are here, we can be ambassador for our teams. As we mentioned earlier, we share most of the challenges. The issue of getting more SMEs to know that there are centers available. Most of the people that have not understood, have not gotten the idea, that have not gotten the message that we have Biashara centers all over the country, and those centers where the location, so that they can seek the services. So I think we need to do more of the marketing for them to understand that we need to visit these centers and enjoy the services, because most of the services are being offered there. It's for free and it's good for our people. So I think we need to do more marketing, and we can get people to know Biashara Center, because the rate of flow in is not the maximum as we expected. The numbers are not yet to our expectation. So there's a lot of do of marketing and awareness to most of the SMEs to come and enjoy the services that are within one place. So bringing government agencies together, it breaks that closeness, it brings the closeness, and when KRA is not there, or is not accessible at that point, can easily be accessed through the other members which are there, because already they know their contacts, who can be contacted and where it can be reached, and services can be given. Most of the challenge that we have in the area is that accessibility, because in Coast Region, we serve 6 counties, all the way from Turkana, from Lamu to Taita Taveta. So like people from Lamu, they feel much away from the Mombasa. So that's the vastity of the area created that a bit of challenge in terms of the accessibility. But all in all, with the time, I know once one has been built and be able to capture the events how to flow, more will be open. I know the government, once they have known people know the importance and they embrace it, much can be done about it. So I think about the capital, most of them now, we have KIE in the house. We can give them the finances on the loans. Those who need to get the capital can be given the loans, and they can be guided to how to access the market once you have the permits. Thank you so much. Unless there's a question.
Thank you very much for that presentation. As we can see, it is very evident that Biashara Center, an initiative that started from the ministry, is one thing that has really shaped a lot of businesses because of the reachability, the convenience, and the way that, that partnership, you are able to have this partner who is not necessarily part of the organization, who is walking through the processes of other institutions. It's literally having a seamless assistance for your processes. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Makan, representing the presentation for Coast Region, where we have a Biashara Center. And before that, we had Mr. Cheriot who also in his workstation as the regional manager, North Rift region, also hosts another Biashara center. So for the next presentation or talk, we have a very key stakeholder on the success of Biashara Center. This partner not only facilitated computers for the Biashara Centers KEBS is hosting, but also facilitated computers for the other Biashara Centers that are not, of course, hosted by KEBS, that the ones that are hosted by Kirdi, and the one in Kariobangi, and they have facilitated through provision of computers. This is through Stanbic, represented by by Mr. Joshua Kiio, who's here with us. Thank you very much, Mr. Kiio. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Lucia, for that introduction. My name is Joshua Kiio. I work for Stanbic Bank. I do manage a branch which is just near us at Imara Center. Imara Shopping Center is just near here. And we also have another one known as Nairobi Express along Mombasa Road. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm thinking that that SME is the way to go. I'm here as a partner, and when I'm saying that I'm a partner, our partnership started from the Ministry of Industry, and it found us all the way to the Biashara centers, because we are a bank that would like to work with the SMEs all the way from the innovation level to the time that that business will be making money. Because I was just looking at the topics that are being discussed here, and one of the areas that I saw was the area where the business now will talk about profitability. How we're going to make money out of that. So I'm here just to share a few items that I think it's important for us to be able to share with the SMEs now. Apart from the donation of the computers, which we're doing that for the purpose of just ensuring that our SMEs are a bit innovative. You know, businesses today have modernized a bit. We are not saying that you'll continue doing business the way we used to do it, no keeping of records. When you come to the banks, one of the first challenge that you face is, do you even keep records of what you do? So we are trying to modernize that so that our SMEs can actually meet the requirements that most of the banks are looking for. So in addition to that, we actually do a lot of partnership with Microsoft, also to train our SMEs on the usage of the computers. So coming to the bank, of course, because I was listening, is it Cheroyot? And it gave some of the challenges that our SMEs face. And one of the points that I picked was on the part of capital, working capital, whether it's human capital, finance capital, something. There's inadequate capital for most of our SMEs to start businesses or to continue operating their businesses. So I thought it is important for me just to pick on a few and just tell us what Stanbic Bank does. So if, for example, you are in business, then of course you'll find some home if you are going to be part of us in Stanbic. And in Stanbic, we support SME businesses. And one of the challenges we face with SME businesses is, ukifika tu, I can mix Kiswahili and English, I think it's important. So when you come to the bank, ukifika kitu wa kwanza unaambiwa ni nini? Actually, most of the customers, when they come to the bank, I have been to the bank for some years now. So akifika, anakuja anakwambia, niko na title, nitapata pesa ngapi? That is the way the traditional business person will always do. Ama munaweza nipea pesa ngapi? The customer is not even sure how much yeye mwenyewe anataka in the first place. Then kuna wale hawana hiyo security, hana hiyo title, hana hiyo gari, hana kitu yoyote yenye anaweza tumia kama security even to get that money. Of course, every bank will want to ask for security or such kind of things because, of course, we are taking care of the shareholders' money. There is someone who has invested. We are selling money. We are saying that, of course, that money has to be protected. We are not sure. Majority of us, the financial institutions, probably will not even go to the extent of supporting you to start the business. Okay? So you'll come and say, I want to start a matatu business. I want to start this. I want to start this. And then they will say, okay, enda ukatulete statement for the last 6 months. And you have never started the business. Okay? So you'll face a bit of challenge. There are massive challenges there. So una part ways with the bank too. When you face that challenge, most of the time you'll just part ways. You'll not continue with the business, the transaction. And that is where now most of us, we are losing customers, and even our customers cannot be able to get supported. So what do we do differently a bit in Stanbic? So what we do a bit different in Stanbic is that we designed a product for the small businesses. We call them small unsecured working capital for businesses. So we can be able to give you up to 3 million unsecured money that you can be able to utilize that to do business. We are believing that we want to trust you into doing the business. So what we need you to do is that you need to have started the business. At least you should be already operating the small business that you are running with. So the minimum amount of money that we can be able to support our customer is around 50,000, and then up to a maximum of 3 million. So we can be able to do that. We will not task you, for example, to bank with us for the longest. Most of us say 6 months, 8 months, 3 months or such. All we need to do is for you to show us the commitment that you have already come on board. You open an account with us, you start transacting us, and then you give us the relevant government documents. For example, you must have registered your business, not registered dealer that you need a name, like licenses. For example, you are licensed, your business is legal in Kenya. You are doing a business that is legal. And then we'll ask you, for example, if you have not been banking, probably we may ask you, sometimes we are going to an extent now of asking for even M-Pesa statements, just to show that really you have been transacting for the last few months with any financial institutions, including M-Pesa. So we can be able to support you on that. That was not enough. We still face challenges even with that. So what we did, we also studied the market a bit, and we found that most of our women are also in business. And they were facing also many challenges, because some would come and say probably they have a joint business with their husband, they cannot be able to separate all that and such kind of things. They don't even have, the title deeds are also not probably in their names and such kind of things. There were challenges also to their women. And we also made a study. Actually, we found that majority of our savings actually in Kenya for the banking sector are actually coming from the women. So the bank also went ahead and started a solution for women that we call Dada. If probably you have followed us on the media, you have heard of a solution that we are calling Dada. It's actually a proposition that we thought that we want to support our women who are doing business. So Dada actually stands for Dare to Aspire, Dare to Achieve. That is just a solution that we want to push towards women. So what are we doing different a bit for women? We are a bit reluctant when we ask you for the requirements and such kind of things, because we know probably you face challenges to get these things. So with that solution too, we've partnered with several vendors also, and several institutions too, to support the women who are in business. And when I say women, it does not mean that I've actually forgotten the men. It doesn't mean that, because I started with the SME. For the SME, what we are saying that if, for example, the business has 50% shareholding of a woman, then it qualifies actually to be under our Dada proposition. So under that proposition, we can be able now even to relax a bit in terms of the requirements that we require from the customer. We'll be able even to support you with more working capital. We won't go beyond 3 million, but we'll be at least under just a few areas so that we can be able to support the women, because we realize that they are really serious in their businesses. Then, apart from that, of course, now we have the other broad solutions that we give to normal customers, just ordinary customers. The way you'll come and want to transact with the bank, yes, we do have those solutions. For example, if you're in small business, you're looking for like a small truck, a small pickup, something to support you with, we are able to do that. If you are looking for a home, because majority of us are doing business, and probably you may forget to build a home, we can also be able to, we have solutions that we can be able to assist you to either buy a home or build a home. And we are partners right now in the government project of the affordable housing. So we are one of the partners of that project, and right now we are giving our customers affordable housing up to 8 million at an interest rate of around 9.5% to purchase their home. Right now in Stanbic, we're actually running a campaign for the last 3 months. Right now, I think it should be ending next month, that we have waived now what we call the facility fees. If you are purchasing a house, we are not charging you the facility fees that most of the banks. It's actually a tradition that we charge facility fees. And if you are looking for vehicle and asset finance too, that is a vehicle, something, a machine, we call them movable assets, then we don't also charge you the facility fees. So those are some of the solutions that we have come up with so that we can be able to support. And just to end, because we must also take risk seriously, because we have also noticed that, for example, our SME, assume that you run your business in Gikomba, and there's fire. Tomorrow, what happens? These are some of the challenges that we have also faced, because we gave you a 200,000 loan. Tomorrow, there is fire in Gikomba. The business is done. And Corona came the other day, 2 years ago. There are no customers. You have closed your business. You have gone. So we have some interventions that we have also put in place. So as I said, we are a big company in Kenya. We are actually a tier 1 bank, and we also have what we call sister companies. If you have heard about Heritage Insurance, is part of our group. Liberty Insurance is part of group. So we have also tasked them to reason for our customers. So we have come up with some insurance products that can be able to insure your business at friendly rates, that you can actually be able to protect your business against fire, theft, such kind of things that can cripple you, and probably you not be able to pay our money. And in addition to that, our Stanbic Foundation is also offering grants to our businesses. So like now we just crossed through, there's a program we are running with USDF. You said DIF something, I think the full acronym, I may not have it. That we are giving grants up to 5 million. Grants is money you have been given. I'm not telling you to pay me back. If the kind of business that you are running is supporting the community, or it's going to have a multiplier effect into the society. So those are some of the many other solutions that we do have in Stanbic Bank, and we will want to welcome you on board, all of you, to just come and sample. I have Mr. George here, and we are just near here. You can always call us. We'll leave our contacts here so that at least you can be able to reach out on us if we want a specific solution that we can be able to support you. So I'll want to stop there, and if there's a question, probably I'll want to take it. Thank you. Yes.
What do you mean by waiving the facility fee? Assuming you're buying property for maybe 10 million or maybe 5 million, what does that mean in shillings and cents? Oh, thank you. Maybe let me repeat. You mentioned something to do with the facility fee. Help me get the context of what it means for a 5 million property.
Okay, thank you for the question. So basically what it means is, if you have ever taken a loan, you come to the bank, ukipewa approval letter, si unaambiangwa kuna 2.5% facility fee, processing fee. Some call facility fee, others call processing fee. So can you imagine 2.5% of 5 million is how much? A lot of money. I did fisheries. How much?
Who's a genius?
Huh?
But it's a lot of money.
125,000. I carried an actuarial scientist here. So that money are gonna save you. If you're looking for a car of worth 1 million, I'm going to save you around 25,000. For 1 million for a car of 2.5%. Yes. So that's to pay. right away. So we'll save you a lot. And our interest rates are to reduce the balance, so we will not charge you. We will not, if you want to pay your loan earlier, we don't charge you for the remaining period of the years. Always come. Yes, there's another question.
I don't know if you can see me.
I can see you very well.
Public demand. So I'm Alex. I'm into film and theater technology. So my question is on the grant. So what's the eligibility for me as a creative in this industry to get the grant? Let's say I want to do a film and maybe partner with Stanley Bank or so on. Then I want the grant. How do I get it? Or what's the eligibility criteria for that to be made possible?
Well, I won't answer it directly, but I'll give you a guide. So what we do, first of all, it's a national thing. It's not even for our customers, and you don't need to be our customer for you to be able to apply for the grant. We actually run it in the newspaper, the leading newspapers, as an advertisement for you to be able to apply. But basically what we are looking for is that we look for the impact you get it will have on the society, not in terms of help. You know, I don't know whether you are looking at, not in terms of, si tunaenda kuchimba ball, ndio ipe watu maji. You understand? We are looking at, is it unique? Is it a unique idea? Like I can give you an example of some of the customers that I remember won last year. One of them was in Kitui. He was, you know, these mangoes during the season here, mangoes after harvesting, and you see the brokers, they just come and buy at 2 shillings, 3 shillings, and they carry all of them to Nairobi to come and sell at 20 shillings. But the person decided just to have like a local factory of mangoes in Kitui. So he'll get the mangoes when they arrive, he'll try to process them, put a bit of preservatives, make the local drinks, the small processed drinks, and then, of course, sell them within the community. He could preserve that mango probably for like 2 months, you get. So what have they done? They have not buy those mangoes there at 2 shillings at that time, but they are trying to increase the price, and again, they are providing food within the community. You know, still wanarudisha hiyo chakula within the community, because if you can be able to get a drink for 15 shillings, surely, which is cheaper than a Fanta Orange 300 milliliter something. So it means that, and we have even created employment within the village. So, and we're not talking about the villages. Even in Nairobi, that is the kind of thing we are looking at. What is, even in Fiumi, then what kind of thing the impact will you want to live within the community? Asante sana, I can see my time is up. Asante sana, thank you. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
I just wanted to know, do you finance startups as a bank?
Yes, we can, but it depends. If you must be doing something else, not similar, but for example, if you are in employment and you want to start a kinyozi, I can use your employment to help you to start that business. Yes, we do. And if you have more questions, my number is 3. Just write it somewhere, please. You can reach on me, and I promise that I'll get back to you. 0723 958 315. 0723 958 315. If you call me or you drop me a text, I'll get George, who is here, also to come along so that he can support you personally. Asante sana, Lucia. And sorry for
Thank you very much for that presentation. As you can see, with that partnership as far as Biashara Center, it does make a lot of sense to have a partner like Stanbic, who then holds your hand and makes sure that we succeed. I think it's time that maybe you brought another influx of computers. What do you think? Yeah, but okay, on a light note, but thank you very much for that presentation. Next, we will have this session that we will have, we will organize on a panel discussion with the various organizations that are in. This is, of course, we will really encourage engagement both physically and online. We will be monitoring the social networks that we are connected to make sure that all the concerns or questions have been addressed. So you're welcome to ask questions or comment online as well as here physically. We will request for like a 3 minutes recess as we organize ourselves as a panel discussion, and then we go straight to it. So let the technical person just take us to a 3-minute recess as we organize the panelists. Thank you.
Peter Nganga Kaigwara. I'm the Director Market Surveillance at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I'm also, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and it guides my way of doing things. I started working in 1993 at the Ministry of Energy, and then in 2007 I moved to the Electricity Regulatory Board, which became the Energy Regulatory Commission. and my background is environmental health and safety. So I joined the Kenya Bureau of Standards in 2019 September. My responsibilities include protection of consumer welfare. I'm in charge of the mandate of ensuring that the consumers are not exposed to substandard products in terms of health and safety, and also in terms of their economic welfare, that they get value for their money, and then also to ensure a fair or level playing field, so that those who are doing genuine business are also, their interests are also protected. Our market surveillance is based, it can arise out of our normal routine surveillance. That is, we target certain products depending on their risk rating. When we do targeted, we pick the products from the market. We buy them just like a mystery shopper. So nobody will know that we actually collecting those products. We purchase them, we come and do tests. We take a representative sample. We have a procedure that guides us so that we are able to take a representative sample. And then once we have taken this, we submit it to our sample control center, which and then it is taken to the testing department. After we have received these results, we prepare the reports. If they are non-compliant products, we notify the manufacturer, the concerned manufacturer, and we instruct them to either cease selling the product or recall the product from the market. We have also established a relationship with the supermarkets, the Retail Association of Kenya, RITRAC, and also we communicate to them if there are products that have failed to meet the standard. So that these products are withdrawn, should not be offered for sale to the consumer. We also send our officers in the market to seize any product that has been found to fail. Any seized product, and they undergo further tests just to confirm that actually those particular batches have failed. And if they have failed, they are either destroyed. If certain batches pass, they will be released back to the manufacturer. But this has to be confirmed through our testing department. Then we also communicate to our Quality Assurance Directorate so that they may now start coordinating corrective action with the concerned manufacturer. So so that the manufacturer may look at their processes and see where there is a gap which is causing them to produce substandard products. We are looking at reaching out, working more with the stakeholders, because what we intend is to reduce the incidence of substandard products to the consumer. That is ensuring that the health and safety of the consumer is protected, the environment is protected, and the genuine businessmen are also, their interests are taken care of. What we are looking at is to ensure that genuine business is taking place and consumers have access to quality products. This will also support the agenda for industrialization. And once we have quality products in the market, these products can also find their way in the export market.
My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I'm a researcher. I'm a biochemical researcher, and my research cuts across the board in many disciplines. I'm particularly interested in, looking at chemical composition of materials, also looking at interaction of molecules, looking at the role of genes and proteins in various systems, and in conformity assessment. That's the work KEBS does. I'm interested in analytical work or testing. Outside KEBS, I love traveling, and also I love physics, especially the physics of outer space, specifically on time traveling. And the reason is because I've, over a period of time, come to learn that the universe is so expansive. It has a lot that you can learn, and it also makes us look at the creator and see that he is the greatest scientist with the limitless powers. So at my free time, I love also looking at those laws of nature and getting amazed at how complicated they are, and others how simple they are, yet they are unimaginable at times. At KEBS, I head the research and development department. I supervise a team of researchers, and our work is to initiate projects in areas of analytical difficult. So when you talk of analytical difficult, here we are implementing standards. We want to test the products. There are areas we don't have competencies to carry out the test. So we work on those competencies, we work on testing methods, we validate those testing methods, and we make sure we are able to give reliable test results. So we look at various standards, and one key areas is like testing genetically modified materials, GMOs. So we want to screen for products that are, to ascertain whether they are GMO free or they contain GMO, and if they contain GMO, what are the quantities? So the testing methods there, they are not simple. So the team in research and development looks at that. Another area is about microplastics. These are small plastic molecules in water. We come up with the methods how to determine the amounts or rather the quantities in water. In KEBS, our research cuts across. It looks at product development, how the composition of these products is, what is there, to what level are they complying. We also look at value-added product that can be developed from, let's say, agricultural products. We also look at interventions that can be put in place to make sure that we can test or rather ascertain the quality of products. One of the projects that we are carrying out in research and development is development of a genomic and a proteomic platform for identification of meat and meat products. We are developing, number one, a validated, robust testing method that can be used to distinguish between meat and different types of meat. And this is a DNA-based method. And the premise of this testing method is that each organism has got unique DNA components. So we target those unique DNA components and we try to screen for them in these products. And we'll be able to tell, yes, this is a meat from cow, this is meat from goat, this is from donkey, this is meat from pig or from goat. based on DNA, because DNA forms a unique signature. Actually, it is called a blueprint of life. It forms a unique signature of a given organism and its product. For one to qualify to be a researcher, the key qualification is passion and attitude and commitment. Although you will be required to have like a basic degree, research work is not something that you can do overnight and say that you have research results. You have to think of about a problem, think of the possible approaches, to come up with the solutions in a logical way. So that kind of commitment, that devotion to spend the time thinking, looking at the gaps probably that are there in a given process that would require your intervention, that calls for somebody who is meticulous on top of now having basic qualification. And the research is not only in basic sciences, it can also be in social sciences, where we are trying to look at any challenge that the society might be facing, may it be in terms of the services or even in the product in the bucket, and see how they can be solved in a logical way. KEBS plays a crucial role in the country. Actually, it is a gatekeeper to quality of products. As a gatekeeper, we have competent staff in different departments, and we have confidence in the kind of services that we deliver to the public. And what I would want the public to know is that we require input, because quality cannot be a one-sided loop. We need their input, share information with us, partner with us, so that we can have a culture of quality in the country.
Thank you, Humphrey.
We are a government agency that deals with facilitation of export-oriented investments. So that's basically what we do. And from
the extreme left.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joseph Kashanja, KEBS Product Certification. Today we are here because of the maybe medium and small enterprises. We have skipped the large, but I hope one day the small ones will grow up to be large enterprises. Thank you and karibu.
Thanks, Joseph. Indeed, that was a very good kickstart. They ought actually to be large at the end of the day, not to sustain only being small as they had started. Allow me now to swing to Agnes Karigo. Agnes is with ACA. She'll tell us what ACA stands for.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Agnes Karingo, Deputy Director, Education and Public Awareness at the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority, in short ACA, is a government institution, the parastatal that is mandated to deal with enforcement of intellectual property. Once intellectual property is protected by the various institutions, here in Kenya we have Kenya Industry Property Institute. Once it is protected, it is the mandate of the the Anti-Counterfeit Authority to enforce it, meaning to ensure that only the rights holder, all authorized personnel, enjoys the fruits of that intellectual property. It is not misused by others. It is not stolen, to use a layman's language, but only by the rightful owners. With the MSMEs, yes, we deal with them across the sectors, and our role with the MSMEs is also to ensure that the intellectual property that they have protected is duly enforced, and therefore we are there to facilitate business and to ensure that no counterfeits are found or thrive in the country. Thank you.
Once again, Agnes, thanks so much. Now you can see how the panel is actually building. That from that when we have an authority like Anti-Counterfeit Authority, then we'll still need to make money and we'll still need to pay our dues and ensure that other government operations also take place. In this account, allow me to introduce Evelyn Makoha from KRA.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to have this opportunity to be with you this afternoon, to be here on behalf of Kenya Revenue Authority, and we are delighted to be part and parcel of small and medium enterprises. Just know that KRA is your partner. We facilitate you to do business, and you realize that you need that conducive environment to do business in Kenya, and that one requires some revenue, and that is why KRA is there to collect revenue, to provide a good environment for you to do business. Thank you.
Great. Such a great partner to ensure that they collect revenue for us. Let's not run away from KRA. Let's just make sure that we become great partners with KRA. She'll tell us more how we can actually partner, especially for us who are in the MSMEs environment. It's good to start on a great footing. Thanks so much, Evelyn, for joining this panel discussion. And now to Eric Mothika with Women Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. My name is Eric Mothika from Ministry of Public Affairs, Department of Women Enterprise Fund. Our core mandate is very simple. Whoever have a business idea and you lack funds to implement we offer affordable credit to small and medium entrepreneurs. These credits are 0% interest because they are from government, and the mandate and the role of government is to offer services to its people. Thank you.
Wow, simple and to the point. If you're a woman and you're in a house and rejoining us online, jiulize, kwa nini sijafika huko? They are offering the amounts at 0% interest rate. Ask yourself, if you're initiating a business or you have kick-started a business, have you connected with the Women Fund? Thanks, Muthika, for taking time also to be part and parcel of this discussion. And allow me now to introduce Elizabeth Orangi from AIN. Please, Elizabeth, just mention about yourself and AIN.
Thank you, Mr. Humphrey. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Orangi. I work for AIN International. We are the barcode guys. And if you have a business, then you know you need a barcode. Barcode, basically, you cannot sell in a supermarket without a barcode. If you're not selling in a supermarket, it will help with your inventory and such kind of stuff. Asante sana.
Yes, whenever all those products are swiped at the counters, we know that some amount has actually been dashed from our bank balance. Yes. And actually it's a good recording, particularly in the supermarkets or any other environment that we are serving. And also, I'm sure that Joseph will also tell us more when it comes to the coding, the kind of coding that KEBS has. So they have a very good interplay with the AIN. At this juncture, allow me also to introduce Gladys Mugo. Gladys Mugo is with Kirdi, and she'll tell us what Kirdi is.
Good afternoon. My name is Gladys Mugo. I work with Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. We are mandated to carry industrial research in this country. Above all, also, we are mandated to carry industrial development, and that's where we partner or we get our link with SMEs. We are able to, when someone comes to us with a new idea or a business idea, we are able to incubate them through training them, through giving them facilities to manufacture their products, helping them to, or linking them to all the people in this panel so that they can have successful businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gladys. And now to my extreme right, I'll give her the privilege to mention her name as well as the institution that she's serving.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene. Thank you, Humphrey, for the invite. My name is Irene Omolo. I work for Youth Enterprise Development Fund. Youth Fund is a government corporation, and our mandate is to support youths to start businesses, to expand businesses. We also do capacity building. We give them some trainings. We do market linkages. So as much as we support you, we also ensure you get your products to the market. Apart from that, we also do commercial infrastructures where, as in like, we are able to host you, do businesses in our commercial infrastructure. We have shops that youths are given to do businesses. And then we also do YESA, which basically is youth export abroad. We have a product that caters for youths who are willing to go abroad. We are partnering with some agencies. Thank you very much.
Just allow me to kickstart with you, because you are having very an insightful area that you're serving, the Youth Fund. You find that quite a number of youth in this country, the moment they have exited school or, let's say, institution of high learning, quickly what now they are being required to do is orient themselves to do business. And ideally this kickstarts even on their final stages, say, while they are in learning institutions. Now, how does Youth Fund tap on these entrepreneurs just to ensure that they can start and survive within the business setting?
Sorry for that. Thank you, Humphrey, for the question. As Youth Fund, basically our target population is youths, and when I say youths, that is the age between 18 to 35. So when we do that, we have various products targeting the youths. We also do sensitizations in schools and in institutions to ensure that the youths know about our products. For when we say, as in like how we tap into the youths, we can only ensure that the products we have are able to meet their needs. And we have very many products. We have products for groups, for youths that are starting up. They don't have security, they are just youths that met and can start up a group and be able to do business. We have such products. For youths who are in SMEs, we also have a product for that. So we cater for all youths, regardless of your situation, your economic background, your education background, because our products, basically, we will take you through a training to ensure that you're able to get the information you need to start up. Secondly, we work with other government agencies, because in short, Youth Fund, we are a fund. We provide financial assistance. But as much as we do that, we also work with other government agencies to ensure, if you, let's say you are a youth that is interested in doing agriculture. I might not know so much about agriculture, but in our workings, we work with Ministry of Agriculture. We can link you up with the Ministry of Agriculture officer. They train you on the agricultural part of what you want to do. After you've gone through the training, you come back to us. We train you on the financial part of your business. And then we ensure where you started without even the knowledge. Let's say you get a youth that is interested in doing peanut butter. You see? They don't know how they are starting, but they know where I come from, I can sell peanut butter. About value addition, I might not know more about that, but we will work with the ministry and the staff under the ministry to ensure they get the training. But once they get the training, they will need finances. So that is where we come in. We will train them on the financial management part of the business, and we also fund them. So in short, we start with youths from a point of, you have an idea. We make sure you get your idea to fruition.
Sorry. Are there any other contributions just related to the youth from the panel members? Just on the same context, how youth are tapped?
Yeah, youth can be tapped in another. Once they are from schools, they are there in the villages. They are with their parents. Once the parents know that these funds exist.
Your mic? Is it on?
If parents know that these funds exist, the parents can refer the youth to our offices, and then in this I'm referring men, women. There are those girls who are from high school or from colleges. They don't know where to start. We are based in every constituency in this country. Our offices are everywhere in this constituency. It's upon to these youth to visit our offices, know what we are doing, what product we are offering to them, how to get them, and how to come in on board, benefit, and on top of that, they go and implement. We have the parent and the administration, the former provincial administration. We normally liaise with the provincial administration to tell them how our products operate and how we do implement them. In the field, be it in rural and urban, in every constituency, we are there. Not even fund, we also have capacity buildings, market linkages, where if I can be able to manufacture or produce a peanut, and I don't know how to go about it, how to get in background and to get into the market. We come in as the fund to help this client who has his product, how it can be certified by KEBS, how it can get background, and so that it may be able to get into the market. Once you give this information, this is someone who knew nothing. We will be able to start from somewhere, implement, and get these returns. And with that, we shall be able to cater for our large unemployment, which our youth, day in, day out, our institutions are producing them. But where do they go? The government has these platforms of revolving fund to help them. Once they come, we shall be able to mentor and show them the way how to go about it.
You're burning actually to make some contribution. Yes, please.
Yes,
as Gladys.
Thank you. As Kirdi, now the way we work with the youth, sometimes they have brilliant ideas, they get the funding, but now these ideas, someone has an idea in their mind, they don't know how to make it into a product. So they can come to Kirdi, we do research on it, and we come up with a feasible product that they can take to the market. Apart from that, we partner with KEBS, so that by the time we are giving this person this product, we make sure it has met the quality mark. We also help them by giving them a facility where they can produce this product, because we have equipment ready for that. Also, we allow them to invite KEBS into our premises. Sometimes you find someone does not have a place where they can produce this product. So we give them our facility. We tell them, you can actually tell KEBS that you're manufacturing from Kirdi. So that now you find this fund now goes to a useful place. Instead of someone starting with paying rents outside, they can use our facility, be incubated through getting a good product, even knowing the market, until someone is able to grow wings and able to pay rent outside. Thank you.
This is very exciting. Before you grow wings, you need to get in touch with Kirdi in order to also attain the intellectual property rights for your business. For those who are following, this is so critical, and just allow me to swing over to Joseph, because Gladys has alluded to the fact that you do partner from the perspective of initiating these businesses or ensuring that they can have a reasonable kickstart when the business is at its inception stage. Please just highlight more about this.
Thank you, Chair. What I can say is that from the onset of business, to enable you sell your product, it's under the Standards Act. It's a regulation which says that we need to certify your products as kept. In short, we are telling the public they are fit for consumption. In short, fit for consumption. That's what we are telling the public, because you can manufacture something, it may be detrimental, it may impact on safety, health, and environment. Especially those are the three items we are looking at for your product. Which products are these? Because we talk of products, of the Juakari product. We are talking of certifiable products. And most of the SMEs, I see them doing either foodstuffs or chemical stuff. Mainly they fall under those. There are others also in engineering and so on. But the bulk we have at KEBS is the foodstuffs. An example is that those people who are processing honey, people who are doing peanut butter and peanuts themselves, people who are doing crepes, and they are doing variation of products such as banana. You can have banana flour and so on. Also, there are ethnic snacks. Ethnic snacks are those actually for particular sectors. If you go, there are Indian snacks, Japanese snacks, and so on, like the tofus and
and so on. They are mainly Japanese snacks and so on. So those are the things we are looking at when we are talking of these products. And many people are coming in, youth do come in, and I've forgotten the spices. Yeah. And then when we come to, if I look at the products in the chemical side, we are talking of detergents, we are talking of bleaches, we are talking of soaps also. There are liquid detergents and so on. Those are the ones we are mainly focusing on when we are talking of SMEs, especially when we are talking of the Kenyan market. Now, at the onset, you need to make an application at KEBS, and then we process your application through to certification. Once we certify, we give you a standardization mark. This mark is a notified mark. Note the keyword here, notified, because I'm explaining what is notified. A notified mark means that it is acceptable across the East African region. Today, we are the honor of having our managing director here, and he talked of what is East Africa and the new member states who have just come in called DRC. If I can take you through, I mean that a notified mark is acceptable within East African community. It gives you market access within that in matters concerning quality. Remember, we are talking of East African partner states. I was reminded yesterday that DRC touches the Pacific at some point. So it's almost being called chair the Central African. But we are still calling it East Africa. We are from the Indian to the Pacific now. Imagine if your product can sell across. That is the only thing I can say. So when we are when you have certified your product, it should be able to get access across the borders without testing. Recently, KEBS has conducted about 2 weeks ago a border sensitization committees meetings whereby we are meeting member states import-export agencies. We met just to sensitize them on this product, on this mark, that when Kenya gives a Kenya Bureau of Standard mark, it should be acceptable across the region. If Tanzanian Bureau of Standard makes a certification today, it should be acceptable to Kenya, it should be acceptable to Rwanda, it should be acceptable to South Sudan, and now DRC. I think that I'll stop there, Chairman.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I can talk later.
And thanks so much, actually, for enlightening us. We've now seen where we kickstart the business, how we can incubate that business, and indeed, how we can enlarge and even the territory, how we can enlarge the territory of ensuring that the products that we start with can even get to bigger markets. To this, in this respect, allow me just to swing to Rita. Rita also has some very, very good insights as far as EPZA ensures that small, medium enterprises. Just tell us, how do you target these small, medium enterprises now that they are a special cream that you ensure that you work with, so that their products can also see beyond the terrain, beyond the perimeter or the borders that we are in?
Thank you, Humphrey. For us, we deal with SMEs who are already in the business, but they now want to spread their wings across East Africa, where the EPZ program defines it as an export market. Because the EPZ program, in terms of East Africa, that is more of a domestic market. So for us, we look at anyone who is looking beyond East Africa for the export market. And we have target sectors for SMEs, mainly horticulture or food processing. I hear our colleague from KEBS mentioning a lot of food processing, so that is an area that we target. there is a global demand for food generally, so that is an area that has really attracted a lot of SMEs. There is also textile and apparel. EPZ is known for that. It's popular for that, but it's also an area we target for SMEs. We've realized, other than just the large enterprises, you and I, who are SMEs, are also venturing into production of, high quality or high-end clothes that can also be exported. Remember, export here means outside EAC. So it can basically be anywhere outside EAC. It doesn't have, many of us, when we think about export, we think about America and Europe, not necessarily. The other sector that we target for SMEs is leather, and then commercial crafts, and also what we call technology in terms of BPO and ICT. Joseph mentioned a lot about food processing and also value addition. In the EPZ program, one of the most important thing when you're venturing into the program is to remember the issue of, or the idea of value addition, because that is what makes you different in terms of your export product. Then our colleague from Kirdi also mentioned after they get wings. So after you get your wings to fly, you could come to us, because we are an incentivized program mainly for exporters. Thank you.
This is becoming so interesting. When we are supported all the way to kickstart, ultimately to fly beyond even our borders, even the region itself, then we also are exposed to certain risks that can perhaps perpetuate these businesses not to thrive even beyond 2 years, 3 years, and indeed, to live to our topic of 5 years, they are quite exposed, especially when they are SMEs. From an anti-counterfeit perspective, could you kindly just share with us, Madam Agnes, what are the kind of experiences that you have had, particularly, or the difficulties that the emerging enterprises have had, such that they are unable to thrive? Or what have they also, how have you helped them heave to ensure that they can survive beyond these 5 years?
Thank you, Chair. From the Anti-Counterfeit Authority perspective, one way that we have been working with the upcoming enterprises, both the youth, the women, and in general in the country, is that we have been conducting sensitizations and training in our own, the ways that we have been able to reach out. And I want to say that currently we have actually reached out to some of the learning institutions like Kenyatta University, where we get to speak to the students in the business courses, just to prepare them and to preempt some of the challenges that we have been having with the youth when it comes to enforcement of intellectual property. Let me just speak from an experience. We picked, I think that was North Rift, where the students would feel, if I feel this is the product that is moving, why wouldn't I reproduce the same? Isn't it about re-engineering of the process and, coming out with a similar product? So definitely this is a challenge, because the owner of the intellectual property will pick up that, and these youth or these upcoming enterprises will be seen to be counterfeiting the original products. And therefore, from where we sit, we would want to encourage the upcoming, the SMEs, and at whatever level, it is good that you think of your own intellectual property. When I talk about intellectual property, we're talking about the very simple things that identify your product. Things like the trademarks that you put on your product. We're talking about the coloration of your product. Chair, if you allow me, I have something little here that at a glance, somebody might see a product that is so well known, but for some of the upcoming enterprises, they may feel if that is the brand that is moving, then I can come up with mine that looks similar, but possibly not exactly the same. But as long as it has copied some of the aspects of the intellectual property that has been protected, then that person will be counterfeiting. And therefore, for the SMEs at whatever level, we are encouraging them to protect their IP. I love what Gladys has said from Kildy, that they have that incubation program. So we would want to encourage when they are in the incubation program, probably this is also the time to think about your intellectual property. What name would you want to give your products? What kind of description would you want to give your product? What kind of packaging would you want to use for your products? And when you're thinking of that and you have the advantage of the incubation at Kirdi, then you can approach Kenya Industrial Property Institute just next door. Sorry, they moved, but they're here. And in short, they're called KIPI. Approach them and they will advise you on how to protect. And then when you come to us, we'll be able to also take action. Chair, we've seen cases where the SMEs have propagated their products, their trade names, but because they have not protected, when they come to us and now somebody has taken up that and maybe even protected, or they're using them in the market, we are not able to take any action because they did not protect, they did not register. And therefore, I would urge that, yes, they need to work hand in hand as they get all the other compliance issues from the other institutions. Let them also protect themselves by registering, protecting with the relevant bodies, and we'll be able to also protect them when they come to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much again, Madam Agnes. This is actually thought-provoking. Sometimes we tend to ignore what should be so obvious, like complying ideally to ensure that whatever we have initiated from the very onset lives with us. It's identified by us, give it a name, as she has stressed, and ensure that you also give it a proper packaging for it to be seen out there well. On this, at this juncture, I'll change the gears a bit. Now, we have been given money by the Youth Fund, the Women Fund, and indeed, we have also been given the opportunity to be incubated by Kirdi, and we are really complying. As far as KEBS is concerned, we've been certified, and the coordination environment is good. We are able even to export these products. Now, for us to tick well in business, there is reason to some less noise actually from the audience, please. For us to survive a lot better, is it a commercial time? Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for posting it. For us to survive a lot better, even when we have gotten the opportunity to go beyond our territories, there is reasonable need to ensure that we partner with Kenya Revenue Authority. We are making money, and so our country should also purpose to ensure that our economy is afloat. Allow me to request Madam Evelyn, if you could just guide us, how best can MSMEs, or how best do you ensure that you've initiated processes that MSMEs can see you as a great partner and can walk with you the longest journey, that when they are not only kickstarting, but even when they grow bigger.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity so that we can discuss about Kenya Revenue Authority. On the mention of KRA, you find that the facial expression changes. It is the highest time we need to change so that when you hear KRA, you need to smile because KRA is a partner. Okay? Now, allow me to give you a practical example. For example, if me today I'm a youth and I've decided to start a business, definitely the financial muscle that I have is between 0 and 50 million. So as per KRA, I'll be categorized as a small medium enterprise. Okay? So for KRA purposes, 0 to 50 million turnover, it is a small enterprise. Now, KRA has come up with various initiatives to ensure that this enterprise actually will start and survive. For example, if you need to start a business, there is that legal framework that you need to operate in. So to start with, you need to get a PIN. You'll go to the Register of Businesses or Register of Companies. You register your business based on the preferred name that you have. Once you have that certificate of incorporation or certificate of registration, you go to KRA to get a PIN. Now, KRA has simplified that such that you don't walk to any KRA office, but you go to the website. We know that most of the youths, they are technically okay. You have your smartphones, you have your laptops, okay? So we have a system called iTax. You log in and apply for a KRA PIN, and you'll get it within 5 days, okay? So once you get that PIN, that is the starting point of so many opportunities. You can walk into a bank to open a bank account because we don't intend that you'll be moving around with cash, okay? And once you have that PIN, you need to file your returns. Now, filing returns, it's so simple. We have a USSD code, *572#. Actually, you can do that on your phone, such that for whatever obligation that you're registered with, you don't have to go to KRA office, but you can do it using your mobile phone, okay? And also, because you are small, you cannot afford these auditors, because if we go to those big firms and they say the audit fee is 500,000, definitely for a startup business you cannot afford that. But with the simplified USSD code, you can be able to file that return using your mobile phone, okay? And in the event that you have filed your returns and there is some tax payable and you're not able to pay that amount in full, we also allow to pay in installments, okay? Once you register, we have people we call account managers. You have that PIN is allocated to an officer somewhere, and that is your account manager. Should you face any challenges, that is the person you call. You'll be able to be facilitated. At the same time, we have our customer service center, and we have a number 0711 099 999. Actually, you can call that number anytime, and you'll be supported. Okay, you have a query, somebody will be there listening to respond to that. Okay, so you have every reason to smile because filing is simplified, payment, we accept installments. So what else do you have that will make you not to comply?
Yes, indeed. But we have a reason to smile. I can see also my panelists are smiling now.
Yes.
They seem to be highly persuaded, and I hope you too who are SMEs and joining us online. But just let us know, why is it that, and most of the youth indeed, you've alluded to that fact that they are digital savvy, why do they need to wait for 5 days for their business, or rather for them to get a clearance for their, was it their PIN that you mentioned?
Yes.
Yeah,
If-
why 5 days?
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
The 5 days, that one, we have got what we call service level agreement, or rather SLA. You realize that we can be having, let's say, 100 officers who are dedicated to work on those tasks, okay? And maybe we have 1,000 applications. So, to match the two, actually, we are trying so that we don't keep you. So we first in, first out, okay? So you will have to wait a little bit, but not for so long. Yes, it's because of the manpower. Okay, and also at the same time, we have got various obligations, and KRA has come up with what we call turnover tax. This one is tailor-made for small businesses, whereby the tax rate is 1% of the sales, and that is a final tax.
This is becoming even more interesting. Now you can pay your taxes in installments. Now another offer is also being floated here. We have a reason really to partner. I'm sure within a short while, Evelyn will even unleash more of the opportunities that KRA has for emerging enterprises, small enterprises within the country. But while conducting business at the same time, for your products really to be in the marketplace, you still need some bit of coding. How do you ensure that your products are retailed at the rate that you have, we have? To tell us more about this is my sister here. Was it Evelyn? Elizabeth. Yes. Please just let us know how you conduct this and ensure that particularly the SMEs benefit a lot more from the coding.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Humphrey. So basically, for you to sell in a supermarket, any retail shop, you need a barcode. The barcode makes work easier. It is system generated, and it means it is a unique code that will only be assigned to your product, to your specific product. So there is no other product that will have a similar barcode to yours. So when you front your product to, let's say, to Naivas, they will input your information using the barcode. So when somebody buys, they will only scan the barcode. It will give all the information, including the price. So they don't have to do the manual work of keying in the product information. So number one, it shortens work. It makes work easier because they only need to scan and they have all the information displayed there. Number two, you will have the barcode which is the word? The barcode is unique to your product. It is an international barcode. That means you will not get a similar barcode anywhere else. So the barcode is unique to your product. For, let's say, big companies, it also helps with inventory and stock taking, because the barcode is all you need to do is scan it. Yes.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth. Now, let's ask ourselves, and I think I'm opening this to all our panelists here. Now, we have those who are financing businesses at the onset. We have those who are certifying businesses. We have platforms that are ensuring that we can actually sell beyond certain territories that we know of, like EPZ is facilitating this very well. And besides that, we also have safeguards that ensures that our businesses can actually be IP, we can have IP rights, the intellectual property rights. But surely, at the end of the day, why don't these businesses survive beyond 5 years? Why are we so much at risk? You want to take it on, Ms. Omolo?
Yes, thank you, Humphrey. I think from a perspective, from a financial perspective, the rates of as in like survival are low kwa sababu sorry, I'm using Kiswahili. I'm used to talking to youths. Youths don't know the difference, as in at your level of business, you need to know what kind of financing you need. There are two kinds of financing that are available for you as a business person. There's a level you'll need investors. There's a level you'll need loans. But for our youths, they don't know the difference. So when they start up, they only think we need capital. But where am I getting this capital? Is it capital from investors or is it capital from a loan? Because from investors, they can wait until the business is profitable. For a loan, you'll need to start paying once the repayment period has fallen due. So I think that as in affects our the business sustainability, because if you cannot differentiate the kind of funding you need, then you'll go for the wrong funding. Sometimes what you need is probably you've already come up with the idea. You don't need a loan for the idea first. You need somebody to incubate you. You don't need to come to youth fund to start telling me we want loans to start paying our bills. Go to Kirdi. They will tell you, okay, these are our products, as in this is what we offer. Once Kirdi has made you profitable, now you can come to youth fund and tell youth fund, this is what I've been doing. So far, this is how much I've been selling. And to this end, now I think I'm in a position to get funding that is a loan. So as long as the business or the SMEs or youths, and for me, I'm speaking to youths, if you don't know what kind of funding your business needs, that is where you start making mistakes. Because you'll take the money. But the money I want is to start getting backwards. You see? But is it a direct sale, me getting backwards? I need to first generate sales to ensure, okay, when I get the barcode, I'm able to sell for a wider. If I'm not able to reach the wider population that I'm targeting, now I come to youth fund. I have this and this and this, and if I can increase my stock or my production, I'm able to reach more clients. That's my take.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Omolo. Yes, I'm sure Gladys would like to add some sentiments, but then as she chimes into this, please feel very free for those who are here. If you could have a roving mic so that you can also ask your questions. I think I have about 6 minutes to go. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. From us at Kirdi, what we think maybe is contributing to the low success rate of MSMEs, sometimes it's also it's quality of the product. Because once we get to the market, personally maybe I'll buy a product from the way it is packaged, from what I see. When I get home, I use the product. If it does not satisfy me, or it does not meet my expectation, then tomorrow most probably I will not buy it again. And this is because maybe this product, there was some, maybe there was something with quality, or maybe the materials that were used. So how we come in as Kirdi, when we are making a product, we are doing a development of a product, we make sure that the ingredients the person is using, whether it is in food, because we have food, we have chemical engineering products, cosmetics and detergents, we make sure the materials the person is using, where they are sourcing the materials, is the right place. Because, sorry to say, but in Kenya you find the businesses anywhere. Sometimes the hygiene is not followed, and the youth are not exposed to testing their materials before they use. Big companies have labs. In Kiridi, we have a lab where we can test that this material, before we put it into the product, it is of the right quality. Sometimes we just go to the market, buy the material, start mixing, make the peanut butter, and because we already have the notification or the mark from KEBS, will just stick on. So you find today I'm meeting the mark, tomorrow I compromise the mark again because of cost, manufacturing, production costs. So sometimes people tend to deviate from quality. So you find if someone does not get satisfaction from that product, mostly they will not go that way. That is why you find now other companies having loyalties that we know from the time we were born, we have been using this product. You find I'm not able to deviate from it because I'm not sure even these people, maybe they have kids, they may not also be meeting the market. Also the Kenyan market, we need to embrace our Kenyan made products and support the youth. If you see a product they are made in Kenya and another one imported, we support this one that is made from Kenya. That is how you'd help them to grow. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks also for giving us a way forward where we can also support the locally manufactured products. Yes, those are very insightful sentiments. You are itching to talk as well.
As I begin, we are asking, why do our SME never see the 50th birthday once initiated? Now, most of our SME, we are never patient. And on top of that, we never factors on external and internal. We have external and internal and external factors. What do I mean by patient? I want to start a business today, and it then becomes Safaricom tomorrow, which cannot. Once, even at baby, once he or she is born, she has stages until it becomes an adult. The same case applies to our businesses. You start today a business of 5,000. It can't reap benefit tomorrow at 10,000. Never. We have to be patient. Once we have initiated it, as it starts to grow, there are internal factors and external factors. Internal factors, I mean, for I to start to reap benefit, I have to sacrifice. Many of our youth don't want anything to do with this sacrifice. You go to our women, they are patient and they are ready to sacrifice. That's the difference. Now, this small MSME from our youth, and they are the ones whom we are targeting. Once they lack patience, and they don't consider external factors like legal compliance. No, kuna mtu anataka kufuata sheria, anataka kwenda mbio mbio. Hiyo haraka haraka inavunja mguu. Biashara inaanguka. For you to reap profit or benefit, first of all, you have to have a positive attitude. Yes, there's something I've started. I have to nurture it. I have to spend my sweat, and on top of that, I have to be patient. We normally give funds, we normally finance small, medium, and even large. To us, large is someone who is coming for a narrow PO financing of 2 million. That is someone who has gone through KRA. Okay? There is someone who wants 5,000, whom we fund through self-help groups. A group of 10, they apply, we give them 100,000, and they repay within a year. Okay? When they go into the market, and someone starts her own initiative, the minimum they give themselves in form of profit is 50 shillings or 20. To a youth, when you tell him we will make a profit of 20 shillings a day, nakwambia wacha hiyo ikae. But for a woman, she is ready to make it. 50 shillings times 3 times 6 days, that is 300. 300 times 4 weeks, that is 1,200 profit. What if he makes that profit of 50 shillings to 100 per day? You can see how much he'll live. If you tell a youth, initiate something to start getting profit of that shillings, He'll ask you, are you mad? What are you telling me? But why is he asking this? The reason is simple. He doesn't have patience, and to have that assurance is nothing. So in terms of business, once we initiate, first of all, we must comply, have patience, and consider external and internal factors. The external factors are many. You must be legally compliant. KEBS has to certify your product. KIND has to certify your product. Where you are selling your products, are they viable to the community? Because like now, here I have my sister. She's a Muslim. What you are selling, is it compliance to her religion? Those are external factors that you must consider. Internal factors, you have friends and relatives in your business. And once you have started, once you have initiated an enterprise, friends and relatives, they see you, here you are. For instance, people who live in Arombi, once you reach in rural areas, they normally see you are there. Equity. Whereas they don't know, even there are some days you normally forego lunch and meals for you to make it. Those are internal factors that will come to affect your business. We must take in and factor those factors, and we come up with the measures on how to mitigate them. When we are with women, we normally tell them, even if I guaranteed Irene 10,000 and Irene was unable to pay 1,000, she managed to pay 9,000. Now it's upon me to pay that 1,000. Irene was unable to pay. Why? I will be for I to assist him once she recover to have a starting point. Our youth, our small SME, we must take initiative to take a new step of, even if today I fail, don't lose hope and don't give up. Give it a next trial, and to the next trial you will make it. Thank you.
You've covered quite a bit of this, and indeed thought-provoking ideas there that also inclined towards assessing one inner self besides the business from an external, internal perspective, and indeed also the attitude. This couldn't be clouded, added a lot better by both Gladys and Irene, from a perspective that we need to make the right decisions while we are kickstarting the business. Not to rush, but make sure that you are following the right steps. Any additions? Yes. Why business don't survive beyond 5 years?
Yes. Once again, I'm from KEBS and product certifications. In the interest of time, I just want to give you 3 case studies. 3 I've come across myself, real ones. They are not hypotheses. And then you can make your conclusion. Number 1 was a case of an SME who had been housed under KIA sheds here in Australia. Yes, he was making roofing tiles. And we took him through to the certification. Clay and concrete roofing tiles. He did them so successfully that at some time now he left the incubation site and went and put up his own, he rented a go down, right in Kitare actually. We followed him there in Kitare where he was manufacturing. After some time, the business did not go well. So we sought to know what could be the problem. So when we went there under the SME incubation, I found that there were 3 expensive cars in the yard. Yeah, one was a BMW, a Fiat, and something else. Then we sought to know what could be the problem, because now I think the financials had come in, what. We found out that the gentleman, when he arrived there, he continued making a lot of money, that is true, but he decided to, maybe he found that the money that was coming in, he could not distinguish the profits from the income. One of the things was to go for his BMW. Of course, he loved his BMW. That is why he went and bought it. But it siphoned a lot of money, and that is one of the problems I found. And later on, I came to find that he also diversified into buying of rad. He would buy some prods, blah, 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 blah. That's now he forgot the business, the goose that raised what? The golden egg. He looked at the eggs now and went with them. So the yard was there, the cars were still there, and I could see this is a question of a business advice that he missed. There is a time when you have to look for another person to give you some business plan. I believe if he had a business plan, he would have gone around, somebody would have distinguished the profits from the revenue, the income. He did not distinguish. And I think that is where he had a problem. Otherwise, he had made it very successful. That was case study one. That's how he did not survive. The other one is a case study of somebody. I left at a point, I don't know now, but he had survived in a way. This was a gentleman. I was living in Embakasi, and this was a gentleman. There's a gentleman who knocks on your door for some detergents he makes with some kibuyu, and knocks on your door and tells you, are you, and he is carrying like 4 jerrycans. You know, that is 20 kg, and another 2 on his heart. It's almost 30 kg. The guy is mixing them, is doing them, knocks on your doors in the estates, and goes on and goes home. Sometimes you buy, sometimes you don't. This is a case study. This gentleman, I looked at him, he could knock on her. My wife would come at the door. We have not finished the other one. That's just last week. And it is something to do with your floor and carpet. You don't wash your carpets every day, so it couldn't work. And I could pity this young man so much because he's carrying so many heavy things and going around the estate. One day, I told him, have you ever thought of what is certification of a product? He couldn't tell me what that is. Nikamwambia tutacertify kwa cabs. Niambia wewe achana na cabs wewe wacha story. Nikamwambia no, I want us to do a certification of this product which you have. Yeah. So I brought him to the game. I told him make the application. I brought him here. He made the application. And I had seen his site. It was not very far. There is a place between Tasia and Donholm. That is where he was making. So we took him through because he could not now make in the house. He could not make it at a certain place outside. And I guided him into this. And we did it. The first thing which people don't do, like in the third case I will come to, is the labeling. Even labeling, there is nothing which comes to your house. It's just kibuyu, plain, you don't know whether it requires mafuta gani or whatever. So we took him through to certification. And then he could now sell with the certification and proper labeling. Yeah? Yeah. Then I started missing this guy coming to my house. So I could wonder where he goes. Where did he go? He's not coming to my house any longer. I could see, this is the third month, I've not seen him. I had his number. So one day I called him. He told me now he has a place in the supermarket. Why should he go around? So you have a place in the supermarket? Oh yes. You can now purchase my product from a supermarket. When you are passing there, you'll buy my product. So you no longer go to the estates. Now, if I do, he had not bought a car, but he had contracted some transport, which now takes to the supermarket. He told me, please, you did a good job, but when you need my product, go to the supermarket. You'll find them. And he directed me to my supermarket where I could get them. I was very glad that we took him that. Now, the other one is a study we are doing right now. It's current. This is a current case where we have already certified his bar soap. is a bar soap. See, it's a washing bar. Yeah, not for the one for bathing. It's a washing bar. Now, the study we have had is that this gentleman is somewhere in Isinya. This gentleman has done some bar soap. I was surprised that we have certified, because the problem is that the one who told me is that he's no longer doing the packaging as should. Okay, he submitted the soap here with a package, and the officer went down there, I think, got a package, but it is not packaged. He's doing it in a one-room place. I was there personally yesterday morning. Yesterday morning I was there. Yeah, so this gentleman, everybody is saying, this soap lathers very well when we wash our utensils. Yeah, but his market is only for some women in the Juakari area. Do you get? In the Juakari area, and he is doing it there. So, why is he not packaging it? And we saw the one packaged. Everybody wants to buy this thing, but he is not doing what? Package. The package is a problem. So, yesterday morning we visited his site. I had not visited there myself. You know, me I'm in the product certification. Call it an administrative point of view. These falls are the chemical. So the chemical officers had gone there and they were somehow we certified. But when I reached there, is a one-room place, and the gentleman is just explaining how he makes the formulations. He has a charcoal stove which takes him to elevated. He doesn't even have a temperature gauge. He tells me he looks with his own eyes, and he can tell the temperatures to get them out of the drum and so on. Now, do you understand two things here? That the product can sell very, very well. That wherever I've interviewed women who have done it, and they are saying we have stopped using that liquid detergent, ile sufficient izingine. We are using a soap because it lathers so well. But the gentleman is not selling. He is only targeting a small group. Sometimes it is a question of market. Yeah, if you get the right market. This gentleman, we sat with him. If you get the right packaging, right product, because I would ask him, because even the one who took me there is not even a KEBS officer, by the way. It's somebody trying to guide him into mass production, what is called mass production. Because he was saying, I would like if I ask 50 cartons of dozens, 50 dozens, are you able to make? Because I know this thing will sell, and so on. So what I can say is that to summarize this, in the interest of time, number one is the originality of ideas. Sometimes you find Kenyans, they wait for somebody to have an idea, then you duplicate. And anti-counterfeit is here, we will tell you. That is what the origin and the basis of counterfeiting. Every day at the product certification, I see brands that are replicated. You call yours Ngombe, me I want to remove it and I call mine Ngombe. You get, that's and somebody is very hostile that mine has to go through. So we sit with them every day. It's something I do every day, trying to convince them. You might run into trouble with the brand owner, even if you are not knowing. No, this is what I know, it goes. You get me? So eliminate that idea of counterfeiting, one. Then production, maybe you are the expert, I have no problem with that. Packaging is important, and then the market. If you get those 4 things, that the originality of the idea, the production, the nice packaging. If you go to food, we have EAS, a standard code EAS 38, which guides you into how to label your food products. It will guide you very well. It is available in our Standards Resource Center. It is available online. It is called EAS number 38. It will guide you into when you label, if it is a food product, how you will label, and what we will expect from it. And I believe it will sell not only in Kenya, but across the East African market. Thank you so much.
Wow. Joseph, I think you're so passionate also while you are understanding these personalities who are so keen to do business within the country. Very, very good case studies, those were indeed. And thanks for sharing those insights as well. Do we have any questions from our audience? How about online? Do you have any questions that have come through? Nil so far. Great. I think Madam Agnes would still like also to jump in and let us know some elements just regarding the 5th birthday. They die before the 5th birthday.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually pointing at a hand I thought was up. But yeah, I would like to maybe just pick from where Joseph has left it. When it comes to the labels, the kind of packaging and all that, actually he has just hit the nail on the head. That is what we are telling the youth. When you're coming up with this, get your own unique ways of doing it. And we have actually seen businesses coming down, the SMEs coming down, because they did not bother to either know the market, so that as they put their labels, as they come up with the trade names, then they come up with something unique. Because as long as it's not unique and it copies somebody else in whatever small way, this person can actually claim counterfeiting. And if it is ruled to be a counterfeit, then whatever market you had built actually just goes down, because it means you'd have to start from square A. And therefore, what I would want to urge as we look at how do we survive beyond the 5th birthday, is that before we get into the business, whatever kind of business, particularly when it comes to products, be it value addition or new products, it's very important from where we sit that you get to understand the market generally. Who are your competitors? What kind of intellectual property do they have? As you come up with your own, are you infringing on any of them? So that if you're advised, or if you think you are, then it is important that you keep off that, such that as you grow your trademarks, let me just call them trademarks in this case, as you grow your trademarks, then you do not have the risk of somebody coming to tell you, you know what, I registered this 10 years ago. It is very, very important that you get to understand the market, understand your competitors, understand who are the big wigs in this market that you want to penetrate. How then can you be able to package better? How then can you make your trademark be more attractive, so that you're able to actually compete with them in the best way possible? As you penetrate other markets also, it's good that you get to know what kind of regimes are there. From where we sit, intellectual property is actually territorial, and therefore, picking again from earlier what Rita said, that the marketing of exports beyond East Africa, if you want to penetrate those markets, it's good that you also get to understand what are their requirements in terms of intellectual property or in terms of any other compliance, so that as you get into that market, then you're getting into the market in the right way. You don't get there and then you get hindrances. As Anti-Counterfeit Authority, one of the things that we have introduced, and I know the SMEs really on us, is something that we're calling recordation. You have realized that the Kenyan market has become, we have so many imports in whatever sector. So even as the SMEs are coming up with their own products, that we should actually be able to grow, to develop, and become our household names. We are not able to. Why? Because when the imports come, they come and flood the market, and sometimes most of these imports will actually be probably counterfeits, probably substandard. So we have introduced recordation. You'll be hearing about it a little bit more tomorrow. And this just means that whatever imports are coming in, we want to know what are the intellectual properties that have been registered, so that one, we don't block any genuine business, but secondly, as the imports are coming, they are not just coming to bring undue competition to our own. They are coming in as genuine products. The incentive for the SMEs is that while the importers and the multinationals, non-local manufacturers and IP owners, while they are paying a fee for the local manufacturers at whatever level, be it at the very lowest level, but you have your trademarks, that recordation is free. Completely free for all local manufacturers at whatever level. As an SME, you might ask, my product is not being counterfeited. It is important that you record. You don't know after the 5th birthday when you have grown who will be counterfeiting your product. Thank you, Chair.
Again, Madam Agnes, thanks so much for even throwing in what would be highly sellable to most of our SMEs out there from the context of reconditioning. Since we've really stretched our time, I'll just allow 30 seconds closing remarks from each of my panelists here. I'll start from Irene, please. You're smiling so broadly. You saw it coming.
Thank you, Humphrey. From me, I'm from Youth Fund that I'm representing. We would want the youths to come to us. We are a government organization. We are here to serve you. You should know the government has thought of the youth. So come to our offices. If you cannot come to our offices, go to the chief. They have all our contacts. We want to support the youth. You say there is no job, we have money. Unasema hakuna pesa, tuko na pesa. Sawa. Have a nice day.
Good. Kuna pesa, youth. Mwendeeni pesa. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes,
Eric, please.
On behalf of Women Enterprise Fund, we are calling women in this country to come and take initiative of applying this fund and then doing business. We have individual products and group products. If you have a product, we also assist on online marketing and the marketing linkages. All this we are doing in order to empower and improve the living standard of our sisters, our auntie, our mothers, and our grandmothers in this country. Karibuni sana. Our offices are everywhere in this country. In every constituency, we have an officer, and whenever you meet your chief, you ask him, you will meet our officer. I am in charge of Kamukonji sub-county, and currently acting in Indangata sub-county, our constituency. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Eric. Gladys, please.
Thank you, Chair. From Kirdi, I would just want to say that Kenya is endowed with a lot of wealth in innovations, and as Africans we are unique, and Kirdi is well suited with up-to-date equipment to make sure that someone is achieving the idea or the product that they have in mind, because we are getting people who are being inspired from their traditions, from the hair that we carry, from our skin, because the African market or the products, we just don't use any product because of our skin, and it cannot, like, we can't use, let's say, the European products because of their skin. So we are able to produce or to develop products suited for our needs, the African need. Apart from that, industrial research, we are the best. So we welcome you to come to Kiridi, visit our offices. We have space to incubate most of the people. And I remember being asked maybe how we get the people that we incubate. You just come into our offices and you tell us you have an idea. We take you through what we do. And mostly, we are not limited to the people that have education. Even a Form 4 person is able to take up our trainings because they're individualized. Sometimes individual, sometimes group. So we are able to take someone through that training, and they're able to come up with very competitive products. So Kiridi is open. It's a public office. Any day, Monday to Friday, you are welcome.
Thank you very much again, Gladys. Very insightful, very thought-provoking, and in fact, very compelling that we do visit you. Elizabeth, please, 30 seconds.
For Iron International, I will give you 2 reasons why you need barcode. The first reason is it will basically put your product out there. It will widen your market, because there are places you cannot sell without a barcode. And number 2, it is for your inventory. You're able to monitor and control your stock and products.
Great.
Our offices are in Nairobi and Nakuru, and you can also find us online. Asante.
Great. Online, the biggest city in the world. Thank you very much. Yes, Agnes had talked broadly, but allow me still to give you, this time around, 27 seconds, I think. Yeah.
That's so precise. Thank
Yeah.
you. For growth and development in the country and for your own prosperity, innovations are very, very important. But without monetizing the innovations, you are likely to lose out. And therefore, it is very, very important that you get to protect your intellectual property. 30 years ago, we did not have mobile phones. Now we all are carrying mobile phones. That's innovation. Has that innovation, the inventions being protected? Yes. However little or in whatever form your innovation comes, please protect it. It is the only way that the government will be able to protect you through enforcing the intellectual property that you have registered. Anti-Counterfeit Authority, we are based at National Water Plaza here in Nairobi Industry Area. We are also in Kisumu, Eldoret, and Mombasa. And from those regional offices, we are able to cover the country, the whole country. And as I finish, I want to call upon my fellow panelists. It is very important that we get to collaborate. Anti-Counterfeit Authority is directly mandated for collaborations. I'm looking at Youth Fund, I'm looking at Women Enterprises Fund. The others, we have been working together, but I really look out so that we're able to reach your clients, the youth, the women, and the SMEs out there. And I really want to thank KEBS for this opportunity. And we have worked with the others, and we really appreciate. Thank you, and God bless you.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Agnes. To you, Rita, closing remarks?
Once you have gotten everything right from what the panelists are talking about, then you have an opportunity also to go beyond your local market. And that is where we come in. So we still encourage the women, the youth, basically any SME that is looking at expanding into the export market. We are the people to look out for or contact. Our main or our headquarter office is in Athi River, EPZ, Athi River, just before Kitengela town. But we also have regional offices in Mombasa and Kisumu at the moment. And we are looking at expanding the offices into Eldoret and basically working with the agencies here. We work a lot with ACA, KRA. They literally have to be located in each and every zone because of the export and the customs business that is involved in it. Yeah, so we work with KEBS, we work with ACA and the rest. And just like Agnes, yes, we are looking forward to more collaborations, especially with the Youth Fund and women, because you know these people, you know the SMEs, but there are those who do not know us and where we can help them or facilitate them. Thank you.
Oh, very exciting. Thanks so much, Madam Rita, and over to you, Madam Evelyn.
Thank you so much. On behalf of KRA, I will say that let's pay our fair share of taxes so that we ease the burden to everybody and to become independent. And therefore we say that tukilipa ushuru tutajitegemea kama Wakenya. Asante.
Great. Tujitegemee na tujijenge pia. Great. Super. And to our host, Joe, closing remarks, please.
All right. Mine is just a brief. One is to thank everybody, as we were the host with my colleagues there. They are here with us. And to say, come, we are open. Our SMEs, we are open for the certification process. So when you are producing, just get it certified, get a mark,
access the East African community market. Thank you.
Great. And from me, Humphrey, I just want to thank all my panelists who have taken time actually to share all the insights from the various government institutions that do serve us and other partner institutions that are out there. We are still calling out for more collaboration, as have evidently come from this panel discussion. So indeed, we can live beyond the 5th birthday, and our businesses indeed can thrive. Thanks so much, and I request that we do clap for my panelists here.
Thank you very much for all those who attended this first day Innovation Pipeline Symposium. We are very grateful to have had you present online and also physically. I can see people are still rejuvenated. It looks like it's still midday, but no, I think the day has concluded. We are looking forward to having the presentations being done tomorrow. Thank you. Maybe before we log off or turn off or whatever goes off on live, let me say a word of prayer, thanking everyone and also wishing us a safe journey home and back tomorrow for the conclusion of the symposium. Let us pray. Dear Lord, we are so grateful for all that you've done for us. We especially give you thanks and praise for this event that took place today, as the way it went live and as the way we've reached MSMEs, and we've actually made a record of it, that references, information from our various partners who are present, seeking to facilitate MSMEs to their success in their future endeavors, bringing the economy of Kenya to the brink of first world status. Lord, this is just a step. Let us walk with us as we succeed in this symposium, walk with us as we go home, and when we are coming tomorrow for the conclusion of the program, please continue being with us. Amen. Asanteni. Thank you. And it's a wrap.